I always pack the sweet buns first because they sell fastest to the morning rush, no matter how lopsided the icing looks under my clumsy left hand. Then the tea urn, the paper cups, the plastic-wrapped skewers of spiced corn that make the air smell like memory. Smoke, butter, chili. I'm on the corner across from the tram stop, between a pawn shop and a tattoo parlor with a buzzing needle that starts before sunrise and doesn't quit until the moon is high. Our street is a heartbeat of Silver Pine City. Fast, a little grimy, half warm, half wild. People come for cheap food, stolen time, and the rumor that if you listen at the alley's mouth at midnight, you can hear wolves talking like men. "Julia, that urn better be hot by 7, Mr. D'Souza calls from the back of his tiny kitchen. He's not my father, not my anything, but he's as close to safe as I've had in a long time. Workers won't pay for lukewarm tea. "It's hot," I say, giving the brass cap an extra twist. Steam curls up, fogging the scratched plastic shield in front of the counter. My reflection ghosts through for a second, half my face softened by condensation, and I can almost imagine I'm whole. Then the fog clears, and it's just me again. The left side of my face is a map no one wants to read. White lines over brown skin, raised like old roads, a patch near my cheekbone the color of overboiled milk. Burned when I was a kid. Wrong place, wrong time. I learned early to stack my hair on the right side, heavy curtain to hide what the world flinches from. I learned early to smile with the good half of my mouth. "Girl," Mr. D says, pushing the door with his elbow and waddling out with a crate of napkins, "don't forget to count the change bowl. Last night those kids." "I know." I shake the tin cup to show him I've already rolled the coins. They clink like tiny bells. "No one's taking from me today." He grunts, half satisfied, half worried in the way only men who pretend not to care can be. "Lock the tip jar when the suits come through," he says. "And keep your head down. Heard there was a raid in Old Town, patrols all day." "Pack patrols?" I ask, trying to sound casual. My wolf pricks up inside me like a shadow stretching. "Who else?" He lifts a shoulder. "Silverclaw boys don't like trouble near their trains." Silverclaw? The name threads through our district the way ivy coils through broken brick. The pack that keeps this city in the shape of a secret. Wolves in suits, wolves in hoodies, wolves in evening black, everyone pretending to be human until the moon remembers us. Their alpha is a story told a dozen different ways depending on who's doing the telling. All power, all style, a gentleman with a growl beneath his tie. I've never seen him up close, but even on the far end of town, you feel the way the crowd shifts when his people pass, an invisible tide pulling toward order and danger at once. The tram brakes scream. People flood the sidewalk. I start pouring tea, snapping lids, cracking the warm buns open so steam ghosts into cold morning. My hands are steady. They always are when I'm moving too fast to think. "2 tea, 1 sweet bun," a construction worker says, glancing at my face and then away. "And extra sugar." Coming up, my voice is clean, practiced, not too bright, not too small. A woman in a blazer with lipstick the color of dried blood stands half a step back from the line, scrolling her phone. "Did you see?" she says to no one and everyone. "It's all over WolfNet, the alphas testing candidates." "Candidates for what?" A guy in a beanie mutters, handing me exact change without looking. "For marriage," she says, and makes it sound like a brand. "Bride selection. The Palace District has been sending letters to families for days. They're calling it a beauty and brilliance match. He wants someone striking, someone who can hold a room and a secret." My hand pauses mid-pour. A thin ribbon of tea misses the cup and sizzles on the counter. I wipe it, quick. "That true?" the construction worker asks. "Never thought he'd settle." "Settle?" the lipstick woman laughs. "He's 34, that's not ancient, and it's not just looks. He wants someone interesting, knowledgeable." She leans closer to show me a headline on her screen. It's a photo taken from too far away, just a man's silhouette in a long coat stepping out of a black car, hair the color of oak bark in summer. The caption is a riddle: "Alpha seeks queen, beauty, brains, bravery." See, it's official. Brains, beauty, brave. Words like keys, and I've never had a door that fit them. Someone snaps fingers in front of my face. "Miss," the beanie guy says. The sugar. Sorry. I pass him the packets. He doesn't take offense. People rarely do. You can't be angry at a scar. You just step around it. The line snakes, rushes, thins, the usual rhythm. Still, the rumor runs under everything like a second heartbeat. A bride, an alpha, beautiful and fascinating. It's almost rude the way the morning keeps being a morning after that, like the city doesn't realize a single man's choice might change my life. I push the thought down and work. By 10, the air warms. By noon, the butter smell is stronger than the diesel. By 3, my shoulders ache, my feet have disappeared into a sort of numb buzz, and my head is full of 2 voices. One is my mother, from so long ago. You are still the moon, even when the clouds cross you. The other is my own, sly and small, beauty and brilliance, Juliya. You could be both if no one saw your face. Mr. D slips out again while the lull hits, resting his hands on the counter, breath wheezy. You should eat 1 bun, he says. You get mean on an empty stomach. I get efficient, I correct, but I take a bun and bite it, burnt sugar sticking to my lip. The sweetness wakes something happy in me. Is the rumor real? What rumor? He knows, but he likes to make me say things so he can decide how much to worry about them. The alpha, the bride. Saying it out loud feels like taking a forbidden fruit and turning it in the light. He makes a face. Alphas don't come to street stalls for brides, he says. They marry senators' daughters. They marry women whose faces open doors. How do you know? I ask, trying to keep my tone light. Because I'm old. He taps the counter with a finger. Because I know the dance. People like us are the music, not the dancers. I can be both. He studies me, not my hair, not my scars, me. You are, he says finally, surprising me. But that man, he exhale laughs, half affection, half warning. Don't go building castles in the air, you'll catch a cold. Not planning to build anything. I lie, cheeks warming. He reaches under the counter and pulls out a cheap, knockoff satin ribbon the color of dusk. Tie your hair back, it's slipping. I gather the heavy waves and loop the ribbon, pulling them over the right side the way I always do, shield and show at once. The ends of the ribbon dangle down my spine like a promise. Beauty, my mind whispers, and I tamp it down. I learn the lesson again. A girl like me dreams in mirrors no one else sees. By 4, the tattoo gun quiets. The pawn shop flips its sign to closed in weary red letters. Shadows lengthen, soft and blue. I pack up the leftover buns as carefully as if they're bones. My phone buzzes in the apron pocket. It's not new. The screen's cracked. But it's mine, and it holds 1,000 small lifelines. Bus schedules, weather alerts, a saved folder of dresses I'll never own, an archived story about Alpha Charlie stopping a fight at the river with nothing but a look. I glance at it, and almost drop it when a routine notification hits like a lightning bolt. Silverclaw official, community notice, public call for bride applicants. Requirements, poise, wit, public composure. I read it twice, 3 times. My wolf presses against my ribs, eyes bright. Juliya, Mr. D's voice floats from inside. You leaving the tray or bringing it in? Bringing, I call. My voice is breathless. My hands aren't steady anymore. I tuck the phone deeper into my apron and finish closing up with a soldier's speed. The screws that hold the stall's metal shutters groan like they're complaining. The night wind lifts the hair at my neck and slides cool fingers under the ribbon. I lock the stall. And then I do a stupid, brave thing. I don't go home. Instead, I cross the street toward the tram stop with my attention snared on nothing and everything at once. The late sun, the glitter of broken glass on the curb, the uneven stones that trip my feet when I'm not careful. I'm not careful. My heel catches. I stumble, grab the rail, laugh at myself, and that's when it happens. A shadow breaks from the flow of passengers like a fish flipping out of a river, fast and silver. It bumps my shoulder, hard. Hey, I start turning. Another body jostles me on the other side. A third. Not an accident, my wolf warns. A trick. My hand darts to my apron pocket. Empty. The world tilts. My phone, I say to the moving strangers. Hey, stop. The man with the beanie, different man, glances back and smirks. He's already weaving through the crowd. the easy, fearless swagger of a small thief with big practice. "Should have watched your pocket, sweetheart." The word sweetheart hits me like spit. "Stop him!" I shout, surging forward. People don't stop thieves in this city. They step aside and let danger flow past them the way you let wild dogs pass so they don't notice you. But I'm not people in this moment. Something older than anger snaps leash. It's not about a cracked screen. It's about 1,000 photos of a life I built even when the world said it was not worth building. It's about the little notes I write to myself like prayers. It's about the saved article with his silhouette and the caption like a dare. I run. The thief bolts down the block, cutting right at the pawn shop, right again under the bridge where the concrete sweats. He's fast. I'm faster when I let my wolf have my lungs. Not a shift, just a borrowing. The night is coming, and with it a thin thrill that winds into my muscles and makes them new. My steps patter, then pound. I hear the rhythm of his breath. I smell his fear, sharp, peppery. He glances back, misjudges the low fence at the end of the alley, vaults it, and drops into the ravine that snakes behind the old textile mill. The ravine kisses the forest's edge like a secret. He thinks I won't follow him into the green. That would be smart. The woods are where stories go to grow teeth. I don't stop. I swing my legs over the fence and drop down. The dirt skids under my boots. Gravel cuts the air with the smell of flint. My shoulder scrapes the chain link and stings. I welcome the sting. It tells me I'm real. He darts into the trees. "Coward!" I shout, because talking helps me aim anger, keeps it from spilling into something wilder. He laughs. "Come get it then." I do. The last of the city hangs behind me like a neon scarf. The first breath of forest is different air, cooler, darker, threaded with damp leaves and mushrooms, and the faint metallic tang that means magic has been here before and might be here still. My wolf pushes closer to my skin, impatient and curious. My vision adjusts. Shadows separate into brush and trunk and fern. I track him by sound and scent and the small wrongness that clings to someone who has taken from me. I can always smell it, theft. It's guilt's bitter cousin, and it leaves fingerprints you can follow if you've learned to look the way I have. "Give it back," I call, weaving between saplings. "I won't chase you past the creek." "Sure you won't," his voice floats, left then right, mocking. "Sure, sweetheart." "Don't call me that." I'm gaining on him. If I lunge, I can take him down. But even in my anger, I keep my claws tucked. I want my phone. I want my proof of self back. I don't want blood. The ground dips, then rises. The trees thicken. The city sounds fade out until the only noises are my breath, his breath, the long hiss of wind folding itself through branches, and something else, something like the electric itch you get when you stand too close to a storm. The hair on my arms lifts. "Stop," I say again, less a shout this time, more a warning. "You don't want to keep going." Afraid of the dark, he's panting now, or the wolves. I'm afraid of wasting my time. It's true, and it is. I'm afraid of wanting something I can't earn. I'm afraid of mirrors. I'm afraid of men in long coats who look at a room and know they own it. I'm afraid of a world that believes beauty is a currency and I was born broke. A branch whips my cheek. I taste a metallic thread on my tongue. Not blood, not mine, something older. My steps slow without my permission. The thief crashes forward like a deer who doesn't know what hunts in this wood, and I feel it before I see it. A wrong rightness, a presence pressed into the bark, and the dirt as if the forest has learned a new language and is speaking it under its breath. I reach the creek. It's not wide, just a sidelong glitter through the trees, reflecting the first hint of moon. The thief jumps it and nearly tumbles. I set my feet, gather, and leap. My heel lands on a slick stone. I slip, catch myself with a hand in the water, and suck a sharp breath. Cold bites up to my elbow. When I stand, my ribbon has come half loose and the curtain of hair swings away from my scars. The night touches them. It's like being seen by something that doesn't judge. "Come on then," the thief jeers, farther now. "Too slow." "Almost there," I say, but the words aren't for him. They're for me. Because a different scent threads the air now, strange and clean, like iron left in snow. Not pack, not human. Not the easy city magic of charmed trinkets and blessing beads either. This is older, heavier, a tone you feel in your bones before your skin admits it. It's the feeling you get when a story steps out of its page and starts walking alongside you. I look left. The trees there are straight and proud, sentinel lines. I look right. Deadfall and bramble. Ahead, the thief's dark shape stumbles over roots. He laughs again to show me he's brave. The sound wobbles. "Drop it," I call one last time. "Take the cash, leave the phone." Not a chance. He runs toward a stand of pines where the ground dips into a hollow. My wolf's ears perk. "Don't," she says. "Not there." But I'm not stopping. He took from me. And maybe, no, not maybe, definitely, chasing him is easier than thinking about a notification that sounded like a door opening somewhere very far from where I live. The hollow is darker than the rest of the woods. Pine needles hush my steps. The air smells like sap, damp stone, and that other thing, the iron snow note that makes your blood pay attention. The thief's silhouette hesitates at the bottom as if he's run into an invisible wall. "Why'd you stop?" I call, sliding down the slope to him. I'm close enough now to see the rise and fall of his shoulders. He doesn't answer me. He answers the dark. "Hey," he says, trying for tough and landing on small. "I'm just cutting through." The dark doesn't answer back, not with a voice, with a shift, a subtle pivot like the forest is turning its head to look at us. The hollow exhales, my skin prickles. "Give me my phone," I say to the thief without taking my eyes off the place where the dark feels thickest. "Now." He fumbles in his jacket and tosses it. The phone arcs, glints, lands in a cushion of needles at my feet. I crouch, never looking down, and pick it up. My heart is hammering, not from the chase. "Run," I tell him very softly. "Back the way you came." He doesn't need to be told twice. He scrabbles up the slope, slides, gains purchase, and barrels into the trees like the prey he's always been. Silence blooms. Then the smallest sound, a drip. Another drip. Water? No. A slow beat of something heavier falling from a branch to a stone, and the scent changes again, warmer now, like old fires that never quite go out. The hair along my spine lifts. I can feel my pupils widen. The night's edges sharpen. I should leave. Instead, I straighten, palms damp where they grip the cracked case of my phone, and lift my chin. My scars feel cool in the air, like they've been waiting to be touched by this exact wind since the day they were made. My wolf leans forward inside me until I can almost see with her eyes. "I'm not here to hurt anything," I say into the hollow. Clear, even, not brave, just honest. "I'm just retrieving what's mine." The hollow listens. I take one step backward, then another. The forest doesn't follow, not exactly. But the sense of presence moves when I move, not toward me, not away, beside me, as if we're walking together for a few careful seconds. It's not pack. It's not the alpha. It's something that knows both of those words and still chooses a different one. On the third step, my heel brushes a root. I catch myself, breathless, and a low sound answers my stumble, not a growl, not a word. A hum, old and tired and patient. It vibrates at the base of my throat like a held note. My eyes sting out of nowhere. "Thank you," I whisper, and I'm not sure who I'm thanking. The forest, the thing in it, the part of me that didn't break when the world got hot and bright and cruel. "I'll go now." I climb the slope without turning my back, heart thudding, senses wide open. At the top, the ordinary night sighs back in, the distant hiss of traffic, a siren far off, the city's promise that if you keep moving, you can outrun almost anything. I look once over my shoulder at the hollow. The trees there feel watchful, not dangerous, not safe, a third thing. I tuck my phone close to my chest, tie my ribbon tight again, and start back toward the ravine, toward the fence, toward the life where I pour tea and pretend I don't hear the future knocking. A twig snaps to my left. I freeze. It's not the thief. His footsteps would be messy, clumsy, human. This is measured. A step set down like punctuation. "Hello," my voice is steady only because I make it be. If someone's there, I don't want. I stop. I do want. I want 1,000 things. I mean, I have what I came for. I'm leaving. The measured step comes again, and with it a glimmer through the trees. No, not light. Not exactly. The pale suggestion of movement, as if the air has taken on a shape and is trying to remember how to be a person. For a heartbeat, I think I see hair, very light in the dark, like moon caught on snow. Then the shape is gone, not by fleeing, but by deciding I'm not worth being seen by yet. Okay, I breathe, half laugh, half prayer. Okay. I cross the creek with better footing this time. I climb the far bank. The street's glow looks brighter than it should, like the city is happy to have me back. But the forest doesn't feel like it's letting me go. It feels like it set a mark on me, a quiet question. At the fence, I pause with my hand on the top rail and look out over the scratched-up edge of the mill and the thin ribbon of road that leads to the tram stop. Every rumor is a door, I think. Some open into rooms that smell like coffee and safety. Some open into woods. I swing my legs over, drop down on the concrete, and wince as my ankle protests. In the distance, the tram bell dings. Mr. D will scold me for staying out. I'll lie and say I just needed air. I'll hide my scraped palm and the way my eyes feel too bright. I stand in the last smear of daylight and check my battered phone. The screen flares, the crack cuts the notice in half, but it's still readable. Alpha seeks queen, beauty, brains, bravery. I read it again, and for the first time in a long time, I don't flinch from the mirror the world holds up to me. Scarred, burned, unlucky, some say. But I know what I am underneath, and I know what I want. I slide the phone into my apron, lift my chin, and step toward the tram. Behind me, somewhere just inside the trees, the air hums one soft note, almost like a greeting. I don't turn around. Not yet. The tram's bell faded behind me as I followed the dirt road home, my phone clutched tight in one hand. Every few steps I checked the screen, not for messages, just to make sure it still worked, that it hadn't vanished again like everything else in my life seemed to. But even as I walked, the forest's breath still clung to me. That faint hum, that cold, metallic scent, it followed, whispering on the back of my neck. I told myself it was imagination. I was wrong. The wind changed first. A hush swept through the trees, soft but heavy, like the forest exhaled all at once. A whisper of movement, a flicker of white between the trees. Then a voice, low, graveled, inhumanly calm. You shouldn't be here. My breath caught. The words came from nowhere and everywhere. Who's there? I managed, scanning the dark. No answer, only a shape materializing from the shadows. Tall, broad shoulders. The moonlight caught his hair, long and white as snow, with white hair falling past his collar in loose, lunar strands. A long, weathered witcher coat skimmed his boots, seemed stitched with faint runes that seemed to catch the moonlight his coat brushed the ground, lined with runes that faintly shimmered. His eyes, pale silver, seemed to hold the reflection of the stars themselves. Every story I'd ever read about witchers, the cursed hunters who walked between magic and mortal, came rushing back. He was real. I stepped back. I was just leaving. He tilted his head. You crossed into a witcher's ground without permission. His tone wasn't angry, just sharp, like a blade that didn't need to move to draw blood. I swallowed. I didn't mean to. I was chasing someone he stole. Thieves don't survive here, he cut in softly. My fingers tightened around the phone. Then I should go. He took one step forward, silent, smooth, the way predators move when they don't want to disturb the night. No, he said. Now that you've entered, the forest decides if you leave. Before I could respond, he lifted a hand. The air shimmered. My wolf reacted first, fur prickling beneath my skin, senses screaming. Instinct flared. I ducked aside just as a streak of pale light sliced the space where I'd been standing. The tree behind me cracked open, sap hissing. Wait, I shouted. I'm not here to hurt anyone. The witcher's expression didn't change. Another flick of his wrist, another flash. I rolled, breath knocking out of me as my shoulder hit a root. Stop. He hesitated, just a moment, but it was enough. His eyes narrowed. You're Wolf. I froze, panting. Half, I said quickly. Street-born, not pack. He lowered his hand, though power still danced faintly around his fingers. Street-born, he repeated, almost curious. Then you are not one of the Alpha's hounds. No, I said, definitely not. Silence stretched. The forest seemed to listen. Then, unexpectedly, he turned away and walked a few steps, cloak whispering across the leaves. Why chase into darkness for something so small? My phone, I held it up, because it's mine. At that, something like amusement ghosted across his mouth. Not quite a smile, more like the memory of one. Possession, always the first lesson of mortals. I'm not, I caught myself. Look, I don't want trouble, I just want to go home. He looked over his shoulder, silver eyes glinting. You already met trouble, you simply haven't named it yet. I didn't know whether to run or bow or just stand there and let my heart calm down. So I asked the stupid question first. Who are you? He turned fully toward me, and even though part of me already knew, I needed to hear it. Van de Moor, he said simply, last Witcher of the Northern Woods. The name hit like a cold wind. I remembered the stories whispered in cheap taverns about a witcher who once bound a demon inside his own soul, who could change faces, vanish storms, speak with wolves, and make them obey. Cursed, feared, lonely. I swallowed. People say you're unlucky, he finished for me. Yes, that word follows me like shadow. He started walking again, slow, deliberate. Without meaning to, I followed. The forest floor was a patchwork of light and shade. Each of his steps left a faint shimmer in the moss, like moonlight sinking into the ground. Why unlucky? I asked. He didn't glance back, because those I love do not stay. His voice was quiet but weighted. But others say I am lucky for them. When I care, fate bends, briefly. That sounds lonely, I murmured. Loneliness, he said, is safer than loss. The way he said it made something ache in me. That same small, hollow place I never let anyone touch. We stopped near an ancient oak, roots twisting like the arms of giants. He turned suddenly. Your face. The words froze me. What about it? He studied me not cruelly, not pitying, just seeing. Those scars, he said quietly. They are not birthmarks, fire. The breath left my lungs. Yes, I whispered. Accident. I nodded. A car, it was night. We were driving back from my mother's performance, she sang at a little theater in East End. The brakes failed. There was smoke, glass, and then heat. I don't remember much after that. When I woke, they told me I was the only one they found. He listened, unmoving, as if he could see the memory flickering through the air. And since then, I added softly, I learned to keep my head down, to smile with half a face. He said nothing for a long moment. Then, scars are proof you survived what should have ended you. They are not ugliness. The words struck deep. No one had ever said them like that, not even close. But before I could reply, the forest pulsed faintly. The air thickened again. A ripple moved through the ground beneath my boots, and tiny silver sparks lifted from the soil like fireflies. What is that? I whispered. My boundary, Van said. This place recognizes power, mine, yours, the forest. I took a half step back. Yours. He lifted one hand, palm open. The sparks drifted toward him, gathering until they glowed like a small star resting in his hand. I hunt what others cannot see, he said. I mend what has been twisted. I can change my shape, my face, even the faces of others. The light reflected in his eyes as he turned his palm over, letting the glow fall and fade into nothing. For a price. A strange shiver ran through me. You can change faces. Yes. As in, make someone beautiful. Beauty is only arrangement, he said. The skin learns the truth it's told. I could hardly breathe. Can you show me? He regarded me for a long, silent moment, long enough for the forest's hum to settle again into stillness. Then he nodded once. Before I could blink, his outline blurred. His hair darkened to black, his face reshaped, the lines softer, the eyes gold instead of silver. He looked ordinary, almost human. Then, as smoothly as mist rewinds after a gust, the illusion dissolved and he stood there again. White hair, scars across his jaw, the impossible aura of old magic. I gasped softly. How? He smiled faintly. Old tricks, older than your Alpha's kingdom. Why show me? To see your reaction." His tone was unreadable. "You did not scream, you did not kneel, you watched." I met his gaze. Should I have done either? He chuckled, a sound low and dry like rustling leaves. "No, but most do." We walked in silence for a while. The moon had risen higher, painting everything in silver and blue. My nerves began to settle, replaced by a strange pull, part fear, part fascination. He stopped near a small clearing where the air shimmered faintly and gestured for me to sit. Against all common sense, I did. "Why live here?" I asked. "You could go anywhere." He sat across from me, elbows resting on his knees. "Because anywhere else, they look at me the way the city looks at you." That surprised me, because of the curse. "Because of what they think the curse is," he corrected. "They believe I bring misfortune, but I bring balance. Every gift demands a cost, that is law." "And what's the cost for changing faces?" I asked. "Truth," he said simply. "When one hides their true face, the mirror remembers. Sooner or later, it shows you who you were." I hesitated, tracing a finger across the dirt. "What if that's worth it, just for a while?" He looked at me long and hard. "You want to hide from the world?" "I want a chance to live in it," I said quietly. Something in my tone must have reached him, because his expression softened, barely, but enough. "What do you plan to do with that chance?" "I heard a rumor," I admitted, voice low. "About Alpha Charlie. He's looking for a bride, someone beautiful, someone fascinating." His silver eyes flickered, amused. "And you think you could be that bride if you wore a different face?" I met his gaze. "I think I could be fascinating if people looked long enough to find out." The wind moved between us, cool and alive. He leaned back, arms folding. "Ambition is dangerous, Juliya Diamond." I blinked. "How do you know my name?" "Your scent tells stories," he said, as if that were obvious. "And your wolf whispered it when you entered." I tried to smile. "Then maybe my scent can convince you to help me." He tilted his head. "Help you?" "You said you could change faces," I said carefully. "Not forever, just long enough to be seen without being pitied." He studied me for a long while, the way a painter studies a blank canvas before deciding where the first stroke goes. "And if I refuse?" "Then I'll still thank you," I said honestly, "for not killing me when you could have." For a heartbeat, silence. Then he stood, coat sweeping behind him. "You are bold, Juliya Diamond. Foolish, perhaps, but bold." "Is that a yes?" He didn't answer. Instead, he extended his hand. His palm was warm, surprisingly human. "If I help you," he said softly, "you must promise one thing." "What?" "Never lie to yourself about who you are beneath the spell." I hesitated. "I promise." He looked into my eyes for a long second that felt like an eternity compressed into a breath, then nodded. "Then we begin tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" "Dawn, come here again." I glanced around the forest, uncertain. "And how will I find you?" "You won't," he said with a faint smile. "I will find you." Before I could ask another question, the wind shifted. Light rippled through the clearing and he was gone. Just gone. No sound, no shimmer. Only the whisper of leaves, the faint scent of smoke and snow. I stood there for a long time, the moonlight painting the scars on my face silver. My heart raced, not from fear, but from something sharper, possibility. I looked down at my reflection in a puddle between the roots. The same scars, the same tired eyes, but for the first time they didn't feel like chains. Because somewhere in the heart of that ancient forest, a witcher had said the one thing no one ever dared say, that scars could be proof of survival. And maybe, just maybe, he could help me become something more than the world had allowed me to be. I turned back toward the city lights, the forest's hum still following me like a quiet promise. Tomorrow, I would return. Tomorrow, I would see what magic could make of a girl like me. The city looked different when I came back from the woods, like the world had tilted slightly, and no one noticed but me. Streetlights flickered. Air smelled of iron and rain. My heart hadn't slowed since Van de Moor vanished into thin air, leaving only the echo of his name and the weight of a promise that shouldn't have felt so real. I lived 3 tram stops from the market in a peeling building that pretended to be apartments. The hallway smelled like damp bricks and soap. The lock on my door jammed unless I kicked it twice. When it gave way, the little room greeted me with the silence of something used to being lonely. 1 bed, 1 table, 1 cracked mirror leaning against the wall. I closed the door, slid the bolt, and turned on the small lamp. Its yellow light softened the edges of everything except me. I stood in front of the mirror and stared. Street dust clung to my hair, the ribbon half undone from the chase. My cheeks were flushed, eyes bright with something I couldn't name: fear, excitement, hunger for a future I'd never dared to picture. Then I took a step closer. I removed my jacket first, then the scarf, then, slowly, the blouse that clung to my shoulder. The mirror didn't lie. It never did. The scars ran from my temple down my jaw, twisting across my neck to my collarbone, then curved lower, a faint, long mark over my chest like a memory branded into skin. The burn had healed years ago, but it still felt new whenever I looked at it. I traced the edge of the scar with my fingertip. "Ugly," I whispered. The word tasted old. I remembered that day at the stall 2 years ago. Aaron, the delivery man who bought tea from me every morning. He'd laugh, ask about the weather, leave an extra coin. Once, I thought the way he smiled meant something. I'd saved up courage for a week, told myself maybe he could see past what others couldn't. I asked him, right there by the counter, if he wanted to go for tea when his shift ended. He laughed, not cruelly at first, just surprised. Then his friends heard. They laughed too. "Sweetheart," he'd said, his smile pitying now, "you're kind. But I can't. People talk." People talk. They always did. I blinked the memory away and faced the mirror again. Tonight, I wasn't the same girl who let laughter decide her worth. I'd met a man who could change faces. A witcher. A being older than kingdoms. And he'd said yes. Tomorrow, he'd find me. But the thought wouldn't wait for tomorrow. My reflection leaned forward in the glass, almost daring me. What if he really could make me different, beautiful enough to be seen by the alpha himself? I touched my cheek again. The scar was cool. My pulse was not. "This is it," I told my reflection. "No one laughs tomorrow." The dinner was quiet and lonely as always. I went to bed. I kept sleeping and waking up all the night with fear and excitement mixed like a water with oil. The next day never felt like it started. The night simply shifted colors until dawn slid pale through the curtain. I hadn't slept enough. I dressed quickly, old jeans, a plain shirt, coat tight around me. The forest called even before the city woke. By the time I reached the ravine, mist curled between the trees like breath. The place where I'd met Van de Moor pulsed faintly, the air still holding his strange scent, smoke, snow, and something wild. "You came early," a voice said behind me. I turned. He stood there exactly as before, yet the sight of him stole the air from my chest again. White hair fell to his shoulders, loose and cold as moonlight. His witcher's coat, dark leather lined with runes, shifted when he moved, the symbols glowing faintly like embers remembering fire. His silver eyes didn't blink often, but when they did, the forest seemed to dim and brighten with them. "You said dawn," I managed. "It is dawn." He looked at the horizon where a pale line touched the sky. "Are you ready?" I nodded before I could think of reasons to say no. He motioned to the clearing. "Stand there." I did. The moss was cool beneath my shoes. He circled me slowly, tracing lines in the air with his fingers, murmuring words that hummed like a tune I almost recognized. The runes on his coat brightened. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Drawing the mirror between who you are and who you wish to be." "Will it hurt?" He met my eyes. Truth always does. A rush of air swirled around me, lifting my hair. Light, soft, blue-white spiraled upward, wrapping me like silk. My skin tingled, not painfully, but sharply, as if the world was remembering me differently. "Close your eyes," Van said. I did. Images flickered behind my eyelids, the accident's fire, the laughter, the days spent hiding behind curtains of hair. And then another image, a version of me unburned, unscarred, standing tall in the same dress I'd never dared to buy. When I opened my eyes again, the air settled. Van stepped back. Look. I turned toward a pool of rainwater that had gathered between the roots. My breath hitched. The face staring back wasn't mine, not the one I'd lived with at least. The skin was smooth, glowing softly in the light. My left cheek, where the scars once twisted, was whole. My lips fuller, my eyes brighter, my hair catching light like spun bronze. I touched my cheek, half afraid it would vanish. Is this real? It is illusion, he said. Real enough for eyes, not for mirrors of the soul. I couldn't finish. Beautiful, he supplied gently. Yes. Tears pricked my eyes before I could stop them. For years, beauty had been a word other people used while I pretended not to care. Now it sat in my palm like something fragile and dangerous. Thank you, I whispered. He studied me quietly. Be careful, Julia. Beauty attracts more than admiration. It also draws hunger. I nodded, still staring at the water. How long will it last? Until you want the truth again. His answer chilled me and thrilled me all at once. I didn't go to work. Of course they would know something is wrong with me. My face, beautiful face. I called Mr. D and told him that I am going through a surgery, so I won't come today. Before he could ask me how did I manage money, I cut the call. Surgery, a beautiful lie for a beautiful face. By evening, I was walking through the market again, the same street, the same tea stall, but the world had changed its gaze. People looked at me. The same workers who once handed coins without lifting their eyes now smiled. A boy dropped his cup when I passed. A woman complimented my hair. Mr. D'Souza blinked twice before recognizing my voice. New perfume, he asked, confused. Something like that, I said. Inside, my pulse raced. No one stared in pity. No one flinched. For the first time, I was invisible in the best way, blending in, belonging. By sunset, the street buzzed with talk again. The alphas gathering. The Palace District. The invitation open to all citizens of standing and talent, a charity gala under the moon. I listened from the stall's edge, heart pounding. That was where he'd be, Alpha Charlie. Only nobles will enter, someone scoffed. Not true, another replied. They said anyone impressive can attend, even scholars, artists, vendors. Vendors, the word glowed like a signal. I made up my mind. I froze mid-pour, heart thudding. Vendors. The word landed like fate calling my name. The two men kept walking, their voices fatting into the crowd, but my pulse didn't. I wiped the counter, though it was already clean. The stall lights reflected faintly on my hands, and I realized they were trembling. If beauty could open that door, I finally had a key. When the last tram bell echoed, I packed up quickly, hardly hearing Mr. D'Souza's usual warning about safety. The glamour spell still pulsed faintly over my skin. It felt like a second heartbeat, wild and new. The forest's pull stirred again. I followed it. The woods greeted me differently this time. Not silent, listening. The mist glowed faintly where moonlight tangled in it. I knew you, return, a voice said. Van de Moor stepped from between the trees, white hair loose over his shoulders, coat whispering against fallen leaves. The runes on his sleeves flickered softly like breathing light. I didn't thank you properly, I said, for what you did. You already thanked me, he replied. But gratitude fades, what remains is intent. I hesitated. Then my intent is clear. There's a gathering tomorrow. The Alpha will be there. His silver eyes studied me, cool and deep. And you wish to catch his gaze. I nodded. Not just his gaze, his curiosity. He stepped closer, the forest dimming behind him. Be sure that is truly what you want. Power looks charming from afar. Up close, it asks for more than you're ready to pay. I've already paid, I said quietly, with years of shame. That earned the faintest hint of respect. He drew a small vial from inside his coat, crystal, filled with something shimmering like liquid moonlight. Wear this, he said. It will strengthen the illusion. Even dark magics can't show your true face. I took it carefully. The glass felt warm, alive. I swallowed. I'll take that chance. He inclined his head, a gesture that felt older than the city itself. Then go, Juliya Diamond. Let them see the light they never believed lived in you. As I turned to leave, he added softly, and if the alpha's gaze burns too bright, remember the one who first saw you in the dark. I paused, looking back, but the Witcher was already gone, dissolving into the silver fog like a shadow that chose not to be remembered. By the time I reached the edge of the city again, dawn was just touching the rooftops. I could still feel the forests hum under my skin, the Witcher's warning threading through my thoughts like smoke. I clutched the vial in my palm. Tomorrow, I told myself, everything changes. Tomorrow night, I would walk into the Alpha's world, and he would see me. I didn't have the dinner, I was tired, and sleep came soon. The morning came with hope of not rejecting me. I dressed and walked to the shop I worked. Everyone was looking at me more than anything. I felt happy, powerful. Finally, it felt like a woman and not a crap. After the work, the time had came, my time. The evening, Silverpine's Palace district glittered like a dream dressed in gold. Lanterns floated above the marble arches, throwing molten light across the crowd. Music rippled through the air, violins, laughter, the clink of crystal. Wolves and humans mingled in polished harmony, every scent a story of spice, rain, and pride. I stepped from the hired cab and adjusted my borrowed gown. Pale silk brushed my legs like liquid moonlight, its neckline daring but not loud, a whisper rather than a shout. A single pendant rested at my throat, catching the glow. For the first time, I didn't feel like I was hiding behind anything, not even the spell. I was the spell. At the gates, the guards looked up. "Name?" one asked, his tone careful in the presence of beauty. "Juliya Diamond," I said smoothly. "Vendor from East Market, invited for the charity showcase." He scanned the parchment, hesitated, then smiling a little too long bowed. "Enjoy the evening, miss." I walked in, heels clicking against marble. Heads turned as I passed, conversations faltered. Men straightened their collars. One noble murmured to another, "Who is she?" The answer came like a sigh. "No idea, but she walks like she owns the moon." The sound of it curled warm inside me. Crystal chandeliers floated on invisible wires, scattering light like captured stars. The air shimmered with perfume and politics. I moved through it quietly, tasting every gaze. The women's glances measured, the men's lingered. More than one offered a compliment, some bold, some stumbling, but I only smiled, soft and distant, like a painting no one was allowed to touch. A young heir approached first, wine in hand, his voice honeyed. "You make the rest of us look underdressed." "I doubt that," I said lightly. "Then let me be the judge," he tried again. I tilted my head. "Flattery spoils when it's overused, my lord." He blinked, uncertain whether he'd been teased or dismissed. By the time he decided, I was already gone. Another man stopped me near the fountain, offering a rose conjured by minor magic, pretty, fragile. "For the lady who made the evening stop." "Then perhaps you should let it start again," I said, walking past the flower before it hit the water. Each attempt left the air humming thicker with attention, but none of it touched me. Not yet. Because then I felt him. It wasn't sight first, it was presence. The weight of command that made the noise dip and the crowd shift subtly, instinctively. I turned, and there he was. Alpha Charlie. He stood at the far side of the hall, tall and composed in a long charcoal coat, a bow at his collar, brown hair gleaming like polished oak under the chandeliers. The light seemed to find him before anything else did. His conversation with a council elder paused as he caught the ripple moving through the crowd, the way every gaze had tilted in one direction, toward me. His eyes found mine across the distance, a quiet lock that felt like thunder under silk. I didn't look away, not yet. He smiled, just a flicker, the kind that comes from a man used to being obeyed. Then, slowly, deliberately, he excused himself and crossed the hall. The crowd parted for him like tide. I turned slightly, pretending to admire a display of enchanted glass art, the flicker of color reflecting in my eyes. My heart, however, wasn't pretending anything. "Evening," he said when he reached me. His voice was low velvet with a hidden growl. "You seem to have stolen my gathering." I didn't look up right away. "I assure you, Alpha, I was invited." "Invited, perhaps," he said, smiling, "but I'm fairly certain no one invited every pair of eyes to follow you." "That wasn't my intention." "Good, that makes it worse." His words, half compliment, half challenge, pulled a faint laugh from me. I finally met his gaze. "You speak as if I planned to cause a scandal." "You didn't have to plan it," he murmured. "You walked in and the room forgot its manners." I tilted my head, pretending boredom. "Then perhaps the room is easily distracted." He chuckled. "Are you?" "Rarely." That answer seemed to interest him even more. His expression shifted from charm to curiosity, the look of a man who'd spent years surrounded by admiration and just found someone immune to it. "You're different," he said. "I sell sweet buns and tea at the market," I replied. "We learn to handle attention." He smiled wider. "Then tonight, attention owes you a debt." "Debts make me nervous," I said, turning slightly as if to leave. He moved a half-step closer, never enough to break propriety, just enough for his scent, cedar, rain, a trace of wild to brush the edge of my breath. "Let me pay it quickly then. One dance before the speeches." "I don't dance." "I can teach you." "I don't learn easily." "Neither do I." His grin was unreasonably confident. "We'll struggle together." I tried to suppress a smile. "You're persistent, Alpha." "Persistent," he said softly, "is just another word for curious." For a long moment, neither of us moved. The orchestra slid into a slower melody, strings sighing through the golden air. Around us, conversation blurred. Then I gave the smallest nod. "Fine, one dance." He offered his arm, a dangerous concession. "Only if you step on my feet," I said. When I placed my hand on his sleeve, the crowd seemed to hush again. His other hand found the edge of my waist, firm but respectful. We moved, graceful, deliberate, my pulse sinking to the rhythm before I could fight it. Every turn brought his gaze back to mine, steady and unreadable. "You're not from any house I know," he said finally. "No," I said, "and you don't know every house." He laughed quietly. "True." His eyes searched my face with a gentleness that was far more dangerous than any charm. "You wear mystery like perfume." "Then you should keep your distance," I said. "Too much mystery makes men foolish." "Then let me be foolish for a while." The words slid through me like music, soft, disarming. When the song ended, I stepped back first. "Thank you for the dance, Alpha." He bowed slightly. "You make gratitude sound like dismissal." "Maybe it is." His smile widened just a little. "I'll find out." I didn't give him the chance. I turned, blending into the crowd, pulse fluttering but face perfectly calm. As I passed the mirrored pillars, my reflection followed. Flawless skin, luminous eyes, the faint shimmer of Van de Moore's spell pulsing gently beneath the illusion. For a heartbeat, the reflection shifted, just enough for me to glimpse the faint trace of scars beneath the glamour, my secret breathing under the surface. I touched my pendant, steadying myself. Not now, not tonight. Because tonight, the world wasn't laughing. Tonight, the Alpha had looked at me and seen only brilliance. When the speech began, I stood near the front, pretending to listen while my mind raced. Charlie spoke of unity, of wolves and humans rebuilding trust. His voice carried warmth that drew every ear. And when his gaze found me again through the crowd, something unspoken sparked between us. No promises, no vows, just the first recognition of two stories about to collide. The spell hummed steady under my skin. I didn't know how long it would last. I only knew I wasn't going to waste a single heartbeat of it. Because tonight, Juliya Diamond, the scarred girl no one once saw, had become the woman everyone couldn't stop seeing. The music settles into a final bright chord, and I keep my eyes on the stage so I don't look like I'm waiting for him, even though I feel Charlie's attention return like heat on skin. People clap. Crystal sings. I let my palms touch once, twice, and that's when a low voice grazes my shoulder. You slipped away from me. I turn. He's close but proper, the kind of nearness that feels like a promise if you're careless. His bow is perfectly set. A stray strand of brown hair brushes his cheekbone when he inclines his head. I promised only one dance, I say. And I promised to be persistent. The corner of his mouth tilts. Will you at least take fresh air? The balcony is safer than my curiosity. Safer for whom? For me, he says, and it sounds honest. I let him guide me, his hand never pressing, just there, and we step through silk curtains onto a marble terrace washed in lantern light. The night has teeth, cool, a little sharp, but the city below looks like poured gold. For a heartbeat, our reflections hover together in the tall window glass, his composure, my borrowed radiance. The spell hums like a quiet violin under my skin. He leans on the balustrade. Everyone here wants to be seen, he says. You keep giving me reasons to wonder why you don't. Being seen is expensive, I answer. I'm frugal. He chuckles low. Then barter with me, one truth for one truth. I face him. You first. He considers, eyes steady. Truth. I don't enjoy these gatherings. I hold them because power gets lonely if it never meets its neighbors. Truth, I say back. It tastes like flint when I force it into the open. I came because a door was finally open to someone like me. I wanted to see if I could walk through it. He studies my face with a softness that makes the railing feel suddenly essential beneath my hands. You didn't just walk through, he murmurs. You made the door look small. The warmth in my chest is dangerous. I cool it with a smile that keeps its secrets. Then I should go, before I make the walls jealous. Allow me to escort you to the gate, he says, not a command. A courtesy wrapped in velvet. Only to the gate, I say. Only to the gate, he agrees. We move back through the chattering rooms in a pocket of quiet, everyone noticing but no one daring to interrupt. At the staircase, he slows. Tomorrow, he says, almost casual, the gardens are open to the public. Midday, I like to test whether roses prefer strangers. Roses don't prefer, I say. They survive. His smile is quick, approving. Then come make them survive better. I work at midday. Then I'll come earlier, he counters. Tea, your stall. The answer rises before I can stop it. 10 o'clock. My voice is steady, my pulse is not. He bows just enough to be old-fashioned without being foolish. 10 o'clock. We reach the gates. Lantern light glances off his hair. The guards pretend to see only darkness. He offers his hand. I give him mine. The touch is lightning behind cotton, brief, polite, more than either. And then I step into the city's cooler breath. I don't look back. Not until the corner, when I let myself glance once. He's still there, one hand on the ironwork, watching like a man who understands hunting is mostly patience. I walk. Every second counts now. Marble becomes cobblestone becomes cracked concrete. Shop fronts grow humbler, the air trading perfume for diesel and frying batter. I don't go straight to my building. My feet find the alley, the fence, the familiar drop into the ravine. The forest is a different kind of light tonight, quieter, less curious, as if it knows I'm already full and won't take more. Van de Moor, I say softly at the edge of the trees. The mist loosens and he's simply there, white hair spilling over his collar, witcher coat whispering the ground. Silver eyes take me in the way rain takes a roof, thorough, unhurried. You glimmer, he says. Did you steal a chandelier? He asked me to tea, I answer, surprised at the breathless sound of it. The alpha, he says, no question. Yes. And what do you ask of me? He says, stepping closer until the forest sent threads through his like smoke through snow. Dawn, I say. I need the beauty to stay. Until dawn, he corrects, and then the mirror will ask for truth. I'll pay it each morning. He studies me long enough that my wolf shifts, restless under my ribs. Then he nods. Come. We walk deeper than the first clearing. The ground mosses into velvet. He traces sigils into air that taste like cold mint when they brush my lips. Eyes, he murmurs. Close. I do. Light lifts the hairs on my arms. It slides over the contours of my face, blends, settles. When I open my eyes, the pool he conjured shows the same illusion, my scars asleep beneath radiance. He doesn't dismiss me, not yet. Sit, he says, and the word has weight. I obey. You said yes quickly tonight, he says, sitting across from me like a question mark. To tea, to being seen. Doors don't stay open. No, he says, and something like the ghost of a smile tugs his mouth. Sometimes we unhinge them and carry them with us. I breathe out, surprised laughter cracking the tight band in my chest. Will you be offended if I say I want this? I am not a priest, he says mildly. Want boldly, just count the cost. What's the cost today? His gaze drifts to the faint glow of the runes on his sleeves. If the alpha falls for a mask, the woman beneath will inherit his doubt. And if he falls for the woman, then the mask will become a story you once told to survive, he says. Both futures are true enough. The forest clocks time by saps and breaths. Human clocks like to interfere. My phone vibrates once, an hour slipping. I should sleep, I say, though the only thing keeping me upright is stubbornness. Go, he says, rising, and come at dawn. You just renewed. At dawn, he repeats, and I realize he means the ritual, yes, but also a habit he intends to build into my bones. Truth, then charm, again and again. I bow awkward, grateful, and leave the way I came, counting my steps out of the quiet. Across the fence, along the ravine, up the ladder of cracked bricks. The city swallows me whole. My room receives me like a held breath let go. I set the alarm for before sunrise. My hand trembles for the first time since the ballroom. Sleep takes me as if I owe it interest. The early morning alarm chirps like a small, insistent bird. I sit up immediately, swing my feet to the cold floor, and dress in the hush. No time lost. Every second is a coin. I pocket the small vial Van gave me but don't open it. His craft will hold until tea time. Out the door, down the stained stairwell, street, alley, fence. The ravine's lip is darker now, the sky just starting to bruise pink. Vandemore, I call softly. Here, he answers from my left, a step out of shadow. He takes my hands without preface, palms warm, the skin of his fingers faintly rough like old paper. Close your eyes. What is it? Trust, he says. It saves time. I do. His breath touches my forehead, a word I don't catch dissolving there. The glamour brightens, not heavier, not thicker, just truer to itself, like a violin tuned a fraction finer. When I open my eyes, his own are searching. You slept little, he observes. I had something to wake up for. Ambition makes good coffee. His mouth tugs again. That almost smile is a rare coin. I tuck it away. Go. I run the city's veins back to my stall. Mr. D is already banging pots. You're early, he says, suspicious as always. I have a customer at 10, I say, pouring water into the urn. We should pretend to be professionals. We should be professionals, he grumbles, then pauses, looking at me as if I've rearranged the furniture of the morning. You glow again. Clean living, I say. You're a terrible liar. Then be glad I'm honest about pastry counts. We set the trays, we ice the buns. At 9:53, my hands feel like someone else's, steady, quick, exact. At 9:59, a hush falls that no one notices but me. 10 o'clock strikes on a church 2 blocks down, and a long, dark coat stops near the yellow awning. 2 teas, Charlie says, eyes warm and wickedly amused. Extra sugar. I've been told I can be bitter. Mr. D stops wiping the counter. You, he says, and it sounds like 1,000 unsaid warnings. Charlie agrees amiably. He looks at me. Juliya. Alpha. I slide 1 tea toward him, fingers not quite brushing his. Careful, it's hot. I like hot, he says, then glances at Mr. D with sincere politeness. May I borrow your vendor for 6 minutes and a corner table? Mr. D opens his mouth, closes it, opens it again. 7, he says finally, and only because your security is scaring my regulars. Charlie glances over his shoulder at men who are trying very hard to blend into sidewalk. You heard the gentleman, he calls lightly. Disappear. They do, like trained mist. We take the corner table. He sits without that alpha sprawl I half expected, knees modestly set, shoulders angled as if making a pocket of privacy for me. You came, he says, not hiding that he didn't sleep much either. You invited, I answer, not hiding that I chose to come. He sips, winces, smiles. I am in fact bitter, your tea is not. You came for tea. Today, yes, he leans in slightly. Tomorrow, maybe for answers. Ask one. Who taught you to be like this? Like what? Like you, he says simply. I could say the streets, I could say hunger, I could say a witcher with cold hands and kind truths. I choose something that is all of those and none. Pain, I say, and then mercy. It lands between us like a fragile dish he won't break. He doesn't flinch from it. That's a good teacher, he says quietly. A cruel one. Both, I agree. We talk about small things then, the way the trains hiccup at turnstiles, why butter tastes like weather, the best way to keep pastry crisp in humidity. He listens with the kind of attention I didn't know I'd craved, no tolerating, no drifting, just present. He makes me laugh once, twice. It feels unfamiliar and exactly right. 7 minutes pass. Mr. D coughs the cough of a man who believes in rules. Charlie stands. May I walk you around the block? He asks. I'm working. He looks at the line that somehow formed in the last 6 heartbeats. I see that. His eyes come back to mine. Then allow me to be a paying obstacle. He sets a bill on the table that could buy sugar for a month. Until tomorrow. Tomorrow, I echo. Roses, he reminds me, then lowers his voice. Survival. 11, I say before I can talk myself out of it. 11, he repeats, as if testing how it tastes. He leaves without looking back. I don't watch him go. Not until I'm wiping the same dry spot on the counter like it needs polishing and Mr. D says softly, You're in trouble, girl. I've been in trouble since I was born, I say. This kind is different. He grunts something that means, don't let it kill you. The rest of the morning is a river. I let it carry me. Work pins time into place so it can't run wild. At 10:45, a woman pays with too many coins and I slide one back. At 10:51, I button my coat and tell Mr. D I'll bring back roses he can complain about. Bring back yourself, he says. I go, no time wasted. The palace gardens look kinder by daylight, less glitter, more green. A small public gate waits like a dare. He's there already by the hedge, hands in pockets, expression boyish enough to make me doubt he's the same man who can stop a room by breathing. 11 sharp, he says. I admire punctuality. It's efficient. It's respectful, he counters and offers his arm in daylight. Less grand, more human, I take it. We walk gravel paths that pretend to be country. City sounds drift over the wall like gossip. He bends to smell a white rose and pretends not to notice when the thorns snatch his sleeve. Persistent, he murmurs, freeing the fabric gently, like their owner. Roses don't have owners, I say, just gardeners and admirers. Which are you? Today, I glance at him, both. He laughs, soft and surprised. I asked for a vendor's company, he says. I got a philosopher. Philosophy is free, I say, even to vendors. We talk longer than we should. He tells me one true thing about policy for every 2 small jokes. I answer with one true thing about the city for every smile I allow him. When a breeze lifts my hair, his eyes flick there and away, the kind of restraint that is its own warmth. When he asks where I learned to tie a scarf the way I do, I show him on my wrist instead of my neck, and he looks oddly moved by the compromise. At the garden's far end, a stone bench keeps old shade. We sit with an entire polite handspan between us. He doesn't reach into it. He doesn't fill it with words. He just lets it exist like a third companion watching us both. I should get back to the stall, I say. I should pretend to run a city, he returns. Will you join me this evening? A beat. A walk somewhere sweet, the river. Sweet, I tease. Everyone shares it, he says, as if that's the best possible definition. 7, I say, by the South Bridge. He rises as if I've handed him something valuable. 7, he repeats, and this time I don't pretend I don't watch him leave. City, stall, steam lifting from cups. A boy spills sugar and I laugh with him instead of snapping. The afternoon moves like a tightrope, careful, endless. At 6:30, I hand the urn to Mr. D. He doesn't argue. He just says, "Be seen for the right things." "I'm trying," I say, and my voice sounds like it's wearing armor. The river is a ribbon of copper in the falling light. People lean on railings and pretend they're the only ones here. Charlie stands with his sleeves rolled a fraction, a concession to air and evening. We walk with that same careful handspan of space between us, the kind that is starting to feel intimate in its own right. "Tell me a story," he says out of nowhere. "I don't tell stories," I say. "Everyone does," he counters. "Some of us call them memories." I pick a safe one. When I was little, my mother sang at a small theater. After shows, we'd sit on a dark stage and pretend the chairs were an audience still awake for us. She said if I spoke to the empty room kindly, it would one day speak back. He slows. "Did it?" "I'm testing the theory," I say. He looks at me in a way that makes the water look still. "I think it's working." He tells me one, too. "My father taught me to throw a knife at a knothole when I wanted to argue. Argue with wood first," he said. "It will not flatter you, and it cannot be bribed." "Did you win?" I ask, smiling. "Only when I stopped aiming to win," he says, "and started aiming to learn." We don't touch, we don't promise, but our steps match without trying, and it feels like the most tender kind of risk. When we part, it's because the sky insists on night. He hesitates like a man not used to asking twice. "Tomorrow," he says. "Tomorrow," I say, and don't specify where or when because both of us already know. Tea at 10, roses at 11, river at 7. A rhythm, a prayer in the shape of a day. The rhythm holds. Dawn, forest breath like a cool hand on a fevered brow. Van de Moore's fingers lift my chin, his eyes scanning the glamour's edges like a tailor checking a seam. "You dreamed," he says without preamble. "I remembered," I correct. "Same road," he says, then traces a rune in light that hovers over my cheekbone. "How close is he?" "Close," I admit, then add the truth that stings less when I say it quickly. "Closer to the mask than the woman." "Noted," he says. He doesn't scold. He doesn't praise. He simply anchors the charm with a word that tastes like frost and lets me go with a look that is inexplicably protective. 10. Tea. Charlie learns to stir sugar without looking. I learn the specific way he sets his cup down when he's about to say something vulnerable. He asks me whether the market ever sleeps. I ask him whether leadership ever does. He says no to both. We drink to insomnia like it's a blessing. 11. Gardens. A hawk arcs high. He points and tells me what the old families call patterns like that, omens dressed as birds. I roll my eyes and he grins, delighted by irreverence. He tells me a secret, small but offered. "I once hid in the library for 3 hours to avoid a duke who speaks in limericks." I laugh out loud, and a gardener looks over and smiles because joy is a public good. 7. River. We walk farther. He almost reaches for my hand when a barge horn startles a flock into flight. He doesn't. I'm both grateful and a little hurt at myself for the relief. Between those beats, the city carries me. Every second touches the next, no skipped frames, no time folded. I measure flour, I rinse pitchers, I count tips, I pause in doorways to breathe because my chest is too full of new. Each dawn, the forest receives me. Each dawn, Van renews the light on my skin and sharpens the line I'm walking. "Do you think less of me?" I ask him on the 4th morning, words low so they don't touch the trees. "For wanting to be wanted," he says. "No, for forgetting you were wanted before the spell, maybe." The word lands like a pebble in a lake I thought was still. "By whom?" I ask, too quick. His eyes flick past my shoulder, toward a place in the wood where sunlight is stubborn. "By the world itself," he says simply. It kept you. That is wanting. I carry that sentence like a talisman through the day. It makes me braver when Charlie arrives at the stall in a plain shirt and pays with coins he absolutely does not carry. It steadies my voice when an officious council wife, accidentally, brushes my sleeve to test if beauty rubs off. It almost makes me truthful when Charlie asks, halfway through tea, "How did you get that small scar on your wrist?" "Kitchen accident," I say easily. The truth is uglier and older. He accepts my version with a softness that says he knows not to push. At the gardens, he watches a child run after a butterfly, and his face breaks into something un-alpha for 3 whole seconds. I memorize it for later. At the river, he says quietly, "I look for you before I realize I'm looking." I pretend not to swallow like I'm drowning. Night peels back, dawn returns, a loop, a liturgy. On the 5th dawn, Van's ritual is gentler than the first. He doesn't need as many sigils. The charm finds me quicker, like it recognizes my skin now. "You are tired," he says. "Happy," I say, and then because it's both, and frightened. Of him. Of me with him, I admit. He nods, as if that is the correct answer to a question I didn't hear. Before he releases me, his hand lifts in a motion that is almost like tucking hair behind a friend's ear. He doesn't touch me. He lets the almost be the kindness. At 10, it rains, and Charlie appears without an umbrella. We shelter under the awning shoulder to shoulder, and the city blurs into watercolor. Droplets bead on the bow at his throat. "I'm told I'm not practical," he says. "I'm told I'm not realistic," I say back. "Then we should stay under this awning forever," he suggests, ridiculously. We stay 4 minutes longer than necessary. It feels like forever to someone who used to count seconds in hunger. At 11, the roses look pleased with the rain. He doesn't ask to touch my hand. He asks to touch my sleeve to feel the texture of the fabric I worked too hard to make look effortless. It's a silly request. It unthreads me a little. At 7, the river smells like wet iron. We walk anyway. A street musician plays a song that isn't good but tries, and Charlie tosses a coin that is too generous, and the musician stares like he's just been told to keep going by someone who could actually make that true. We pause at the railing. The space between us is very small now. He still doesn't cross it. I don't either. That shared restraint glows like a coal. "Julia," he says softly, "I'm supposed to be careful." "I'm told the same," I say. "Do you think it will help?" His voice is steady, but there's something under it like winter under spring. "No," I say, because the truth is a better pillow than a lie. "But it will make the fall shorter." He laughs, helpless and quiet and amazed at himself. "You say things I wish I'd said first." "Steal them," I offer. "I work a stall, I know how to make change." His head tips back. The sound that leaves him is the kind men make when they're relieved to be allowed joy. He looks at me like the city has secrets again. The 6th dawn is a pale veil. I almost sleep through it and bolt upright with the shame of someone who's late to something holy. The forest forgives me. Van stands with hands clasped behind his back, silver eyes amused. "Ah, mortals and their alarm clocks." "I'm mortified," I say. "Mortals are often that too," he replies. The glamour settles faster than ever, a whisper instead of a costume. Before I go, I blurt the question that's been packing inside me for a day. "Do you think he can love me?" "Which me?" he says gently. The words burn all the way down. "Both," I manage. He considers, then answers with the kind of care that makes me trust him more than I should. "If he is the man you think he is, he will love who keeps showing up at 10, 11, and 7. The woman who survives seconds." "The mask helps me get to those seconds," I say. "The mask is a bridge," he says. "Cross it, don't live on it." I go to work with that sentence like armor under my dress. Charlie arrives early and pretends he didn't. We test new sugar ratios because doing something small together keeps our hands out of fire. He sits at the corner table and says nothing while I handle the morning rush, but I feel him, steady, taking my measure, letting me take his. At the gardens, we don't go to the roses. We go to a cedar and lean on the same side of it, not looking at each other, which somehow says more. He tells me a memory without me asking, his first run as Alpha in the northern wood, how the wind felt when his paws hit frozen ground. He says it softly, like a secret he hasn't said aloud. I stand still, honored by air. That evening, the river is crowded. He looks almost irritated by the number of people who have learned our time. "Shall we be vulgar somewhere else?" he says dryly. "Follow me," I answer, and lead him 3 blocks to a rooftop the market kids sneak onto. The view is worse. The sky is better. He laughs when he sees it. You can't buy this kind of humble. We sit cross-legged like teenagers with too much future. He talks about committee votes like they're chess moves. I tell him which street corners to avoid if he wants honest answers from citizens. We don't touch. But when I stand to leave, he almost says my name like a bruise and stops himself, and I carry the unsaid home like proof. The 7th dawn arrives like confession. The forest is bright. Van is not where I expect him. He's sitting on a fallen log, elbows on knees, looking at the place where light makes dust look like saints. "You're early," I say. He hums, "Luck woke me." "I thought you didn't believe in luck." "I didn't say I believed," he says. "I said it woke me." We do the work, a breath, a word, the light settling. He finishes and doesn't step back. "You are falling," he says, matter of fact. "I think I jumped," I admit. He nods, "Then keep your eyes open." "I am," I say, and he believes me. Tea at 10 is crowded with construction workers who all develop sudden needs for napkins, as if they're spying badly. Charlie helps me carry a tray and grins like it's a state secret. He cleans a spill with a diligence that makes Mr. D blink and lower his weapons-grade suspicion by 1 notch. At 11, we walk without talking for a full 5 minutes. Silence isn't awkward anymore. It's a language that keeps the day from fraying. He finally says, "You haunt me in daylight." I answer without flinching, "You're worse at night." He exhales like that unlocked something. "Stay tonight," he says quickly, then shakes his head. "Stay a moment longer tonight, on the rooftop." 2 moments, I bargain, smiling so I don't have to panic. "Done," he says, and it sounds like a vow he'll keep. Evening drapes itself over the city. The rooftop greets us like it missed us. He sits closer than usual, not touching, body angled as if there's a gravity we share and we're behaving. "Tell me another story," he says. I choose a true one that is safe enough. A man once laughed when I asked him to take tea with me. "Fool," he says gently. "Yes," I say, then let the silence honor the younger me. He doesn't fill it. When he does speak, it's soft. "If a man laughed at you now, the city would correct him." "I don't want the city to correct him," I say. "I want him to be kind without being forced." He looks at me like that sentence is a star map. "Juliya," he says, and my name sounds like something cupped. He doesn't reach for my hand. I don't reach for his. We sit in the exact heat of what neither of us denies. We stay 2 moments longer. 3. When we part, we do it on a breath we both share and release at the same time so no one drowns. 8th dawn. The ritual is so quick now I barely feel the spell settle, a kiss of cool. Van's expression is more serious. "What?" I ask. "Your wolf is packing," he says. "It wants to be known." "By him," my voice goes small. "By you," he says, "then by him." I nod. "Soon." "Soon is a cloth people use to cover fear," he says without cruelty. "But yes, soon." Tea, gardens, river. The pattern is a loom and we're weaving into it. Midday, a reporter I recognize for the hunger in her eyes tries to corner Charlie with questions. He pivots without lying. I deflect without being rude. After he says, "You are good at shepherding wolves and headlines." "Tea stalls are training grounds," I say. "You learn what people want to argue about and what they want to be forgiven for." He watches me like that's a miracle he never considered. "And what do you want to be forgiven for?" he asks. "Wanting this," I say before caution can rescue me. "Wanting what?" he presses, voice low. "You," I say, because the truth owes me and I'm collecting. The word trembles in the air and grows steady by itself. He closes his eyes for a second that lasts a lifetime. When he opens them, that gravity tilts again. We don't kiss. We don't even touch. It's somehow more intimate than both. Ninth dawn. The forest smells like rain even though the sky is hard blue. Van works faster, the glamour sinking without fuss. He watches my face after and I don't mind it. What am I now? I ask. Juliya, he says simply, and an idea men will trip over. I laugh. They already do. Don't pity them, he says. They'll stand up straighter because you made them fall. Tea is punctuated by a small crisis. Our urn sputters. The fuse trips. I apologize to a line of impatient men, and Charlie kneels on tile like a man who has never been allowed to fix something trivial and is thrilled by the chance. He resets the breaker with an engineer's satisfaction that has no business being attractive. Mr. D will be insufferable about the story for 10 years. At 11, we hide from the sun under the cedar again. He tells me about the border village with the broken well and how a woman there held his face in her hands when she thanked him because words weren't enough. I didn't know what to do, he admits. I wanted to earn it. I still do. You are, I say. Evening paints the river bronze. He says my name once like he needs to practice not saying it more. I say his only in my head. We both survive. 10th dawn. The forest feels anticipatory, like a held drumbeat. Van renews the glamour and doesn't let go of my hands. Soon, he says again, but this time it sounds like a door we both can see. I know, I say. I'll tell him. Tonight. Tonight, I promise, and my wolf stops packing long enough to look me in the eyes from inside and approve. He arrives, and we can't keep from smiling as if we're already in a conversation no one else hears. Gardens. He brings seed for birds and pretends he doesn't, and when sparrows land near our shoes, he forgets to be an alpha for a whole minute, and I fall harder because of that than anything else. Evening, rooftop city sigh us here. Charlie, I say, before courage can grow teeth and eat itself. He hears his name like a bell made for him. Yes. I have to tell you something. Tell me everything, he says instantly, and the way he says it makes something in my chest break open into light. I take a breath that tastes like river and roofs and risk. There's a truth beneath what you see, I say. I'm not. The word beautiful is clumsy in my mouth. I'm not as unmarked as this. He goes very still. He doesn't flinch. All right, he says, voice even. Tell me more. I will, I say. Not tonight, but soon. I needed you to know the ground is uneven. He considers, and then his shoulders ease like a man who found the plank in the dark and trusts it. I've never trusted even ground, he says softly. It teaches you less than falling. My eyes sting and I blink the heat away. I can't be a fantasy, I warn him, almost pleading. I don't want a fantasy, he says, and finally, he reaches across the very last inch of air and touches 2 fingers to my wrist where a small pulse jumps like surprise. The touch is light, Reverend. His thumb doesn't move. It would be too much. I want you. The glamour hums, a fair and faithful servant. Beneath it, the woman I am breathes easier than she has since she learned how to. He lets his hand fall. Juliya, he says, voice lowered by honesty, you are different from the rest. The words land in me like a key in a lock I've carried too long. Good, I say, and my smile isn't armor anymore. I didn't come all this way to be like anyone else. His words are still warm in the air. You are different from the rest. When I breathe once, twice, steady, and turn my wrist so his 2 fingers lift away gently. The rooftop hums with the city's quiet. A late tram rings far below like a distant bell calling 2 stubborn hearts to the same hour. Juliya, Charlie says, careful, poised, but not pretending anymore. If I move too fast, stop me. I'm good at stopping men, I say, trying to laugh. Then don't, he answers, and for the first time I hear the man beneath the alpha. A minute ticks by. The wind ruffles my hair. His coat hem brushes the gravel. Neither of us blinks long. The next minute, he reaches into his inner pocket, breath hitching in a way that betrays the boy he used to be. He doesn't kneel. That would be theater. He stands very still, like a promise deciding its shape, and opens a small box lined with midnight velvet. The ring inside is simple, moon-pale metal with a fine braid, a river of light woven into a circle. I don't want 1,000 days of courtship only to discover I was careful instead of true, he says, voice low. Marry me, Julia, not someday, now, while we're brave. My heart answers first, then my mouth. Yes. The word lifts the city. It lifts me. He exhales like he's been underwater and just found air. The minute that follows is a choreography of hands, his thumb trembling as he slides the ring to the base of my fingers covering his forehead touching mine for a heartbeat that feels ceremonial without witnesses. The next minute, we both laugh quietly for no reason at all. The one after that, he takes my phone with a glance that asks permission and calls someone in a voice of velvet and iron. Registrar, private hall at noon. Pack writes at dusk. Yes, keep it quiet. My mother and sister, no more than family and counsel. Thank you. He ends the call, watches my face the whole time to make sure he's not dragging me. I nod, giddy, grounded. Noon, I say, tasting the future. First, he murmurs, glancing at the sky. We get you home, you'll need a dress. You'll need rest. And you, I ask, foolish with joy. I need to stand here one more minute, he says, and believe this is real. We grant the minute, then another. I memorize them like stitches in a life I never expected to wear. We walk down the stairwell one flight at a time. He keeps his hand close but not claiming. On the sidewalk, he calls for a car. In the 2 minutes it takes to arrive, he tells me how the council will fuss. I tell him Mr. D will fuss harder. In the car, our knees bump because the world is smaller when you say yes. We don't correct it. At my building door, his voice gentles. Sleep. Dawn comes faster when you want it. I'll send someone to help with the dress. Send no one, I say, grinning. I have hands. He answers with that tilt of mouth that will undo me forever. Very well, I'll see you at noon. He doesn't kiss me. I respect him for that and want him more because of it. Night slides forward minute by minute. I close my door. I press my ring to my throat like a secret that hums. I lay my dress flat on the bed and stitch a last, neat seam by lamplight because making something with thread keeps panic from unraveling joy. At 3 minutes past midnight, I pin the hem. At 8 past, I repin it because perfection is a language I suddenly speak. At 14, I laugh at myself and put the needle down. I stand in front of the mirror and whisper, Luna, just to startle the room. The spell on my skin flares softly, as if it heard a new title and approved. When dawn lifts its first pale edge, I move. I wash. I braid my hair into a crown that looks accidental. I tie the pendant Van gave me so it rests in the notch of my throat. Every minute has a task. So I practice walking in the tiny space between chair and table, turning, breathing, not tripping on the dress. Then I press my palm flat over my heartbeat and make it listen. Now a black car idles at the curb. My phone hums with a text from an unknown number. Downstairs when you're ready. At 11:03, I lock my door, slide the key into my pocket, and walk down the stairwell with the dignity of someone practicing being seen. The driver opens the door. I nod thanks and sit, ring glittering like a private moon. Time almost paused for me. We pass through the palace gate. Everything looks brighter, as if the city polished itself for us. The registrar's hall opens, white walls, sunlight, a table dressed in linen. Charlie stands there in a dark suit and a bow that steals my breath more than jewels could. His mother, graceful, calm, waits beside him. His sister, maybe in her late 20s, eyes like mischief, squeezes my hand the second we're introduced. A small nephew shuffles in dress shoes and salutes me solemnly like a tiny soldier. Welcome, his mother says, voice warm. We've been waiting for you without knowing it. I swallow tears. The minute that follows is a blur, papers, pens, the registrar's clear tone. Do you Charles Rowan Hart vow? I do. Do you Juliya Diamond vow? I do. The clock hands move, but time behaves. Each second lands exactly where it belongs. Rings, his on me, mine on him. A seal pressed to parchment. Applause that feels like blessing, not noise. Luna, his sister whispers, eyes bright, and hugs me with a joyful squeeze. The nephew presents me with a pressed flower like a knight. I bend to his height. I will guard you, he announces. I will let you, I answer. We step into sunlight as husband and wife. At 1, a simple lunch with family, Bread still warm, honey, fruit that tastes like summer, laughter arranged between us like candles. We cross the courtyard to the pack hall. At 2:31, the doors open to a hush. The council, elders, a handful of witnesses who matter without gossip. The rites are old. Charlie's hand never leaves mine. A silver circlet, light as a promise, rests against my hair. The hall breathes out as the elder says the word that reshapes my name. Luna. I feel it on my skin, over the glamour, through to the bone. The evening was about to arrive. We walk beneath an arch of white branches. Petals fall like tiny mercies. Then we arrive at the manor, his house, now ours. Rooms of quiet abundance welcome without arrogance. Wood polished by years, windows offering sky, a kitchen that believes in hosting. He tour me minute by minute. Library, winter garden, a music room where his mother keeps an old piano, a family gallery with more laughter than portraits. And then he stops before a door. Ours, he says simply, and opens it onto a room that knows how to hold moonlight. Do you like it? He asks, suddenly boyish again. Yes, I say, touching the windowsill, the quilt, the air itself. Then I catch myself and turn to him. I love you. He goes very still, the kind of stillness that comes when a man received exactly the thing he was afraid to ask for. Say it again, he breathes. I love you, I say, and time bends toward us like a bow. He leads me to the window as evening collects along the hedges, his fingers threading with mine. The sky turns lavender, then deeper. Lamps bloom one by one across the grounds. Each minute is a bead, and we slide them carefully onto a cord we both hold. I should tell you something, I begin, the truth pressing like a stone behind my ribs. Don't, he says at once, and I love him more for that reflex. But he steps closer then, and the way he looks at me, like someone finding home after a long winter, undoes the confession in my throat. He lifts a strand of my hair, sets it gently behind my ear, and studies my face as if memorizing it for the hard days. You are so astonishing, he says softly, and the praise isn't vanity, it's reverence. Every line, every light in your eyes, I love them all. I flinch at every line, guilty as if I stole a painting, while he believes it was made for him. Fear whispers, if you tell him now, you'll lose the hour that was supposed to heal you both. I place my hand over his heart instead. It beats steady, a sound I could live to. Tell me what you see when you look at me, I ask, testing the rope between lie and love. I see courage wearing grace, he says without thinking. I see a woman who survived and learned how to walk into a room without asking it to be smaller. I see the person I want beside me when the wind gets mean. He smiles, small and real. And I see a mouth I want to kiss if she'll let me. She will, I whisper. His lips met mine like vows are not just words, but the way two breaths decide to meet. It's not impatient, it isn't timid, it's warm and certain. Minutes spool in gentle thread. He lifts my hands and kisses each knuckle like they're chapters, unhurried. My shoulders soften. We sit on the edge of the bed and take the long road. His forehead against mine, our noses brushing in a clumsy laugh, the way his thumbs learn the language of my jaw. I count 1 minute by the way he inhales when I say his name, another by how my name sounds when he tries it softer. He doesn't rush past my smile. He pauses there as if it's the door to everything. We move to the pillows only when the night asks kindly. His coat goes to the chair. My pendant stays on my throat like a small moon that wants to watch over us. His hands are steady travelers. They check every border with respect, asking permission with silence, and I answer with nearness. When he kisses the base of my throat, time slows enough for gratitude to fold itself around my fear. He tells me he loves me without flourishes, plain as bread, needed as breath. I tell him I love him like a promise that will be kept in small, daily ways. We whisper nonsense that matters. How the rain sounded when we first met officially, how the garden hawk circled above us, how 7 o'clock at the river made us both believe in second chances. He draws the blankets over us. The house settles. One lamp remains, a small island of warm light. He traces my brow with the back of his finger as if blessing each thought. I press a kiss to his palm, then to his wrist. He shivers like the future just touched his skin. No one hurries. The minutes are generous. When sleep comes, it comes like a guardian, not a thief. I wake before he does, and simply watch the way peace looks on his face. He is dangerous to enemies, yes, but to me, he is mercy made into a person. He stirs, reaches without opening his eyes until his hand finds my shoulder and rests there like a lighthouse. We fall asleep again, our breathing finding a rhythm that feels like a small boat rocking in a good harbor. I close my eyes and press closer to my husband. The guilt sits on the windowsill like a quiet bird. It doesn't fly away, it doesn't peck, it watches. I promise myself, tomorrow, and sleep tucks me under again. Morning begins with the hush of first light, the exact minute when the sky considers color. I slip carefully from the bed, leaving Charlie asleep, his hand still warm where it had rested against my shoulder. The room smells of linen and tea in us. The house is quiet. The corridor outside hums faintly, the way old houses do when they remember families waking for decades. In the bathroom, I close the door softly and turn on the small lamp by the mirror. Steam blooms as I start the shower. I step under the water, heat easing night's tenderness into morning's steadiness, and tilt my face up. When I blink the water away and glance at the glass, the world lurches. The glamour has faded. My scars look back at me, wet and honest. The pale river down my cheek, the uneven skin along my jaw, the old, long mark across my chest where fire once laid a hand. I grip the porcelain edge of the sink, breath short. Not from disgust, never again, but from panic at timing. He's sleeping. Thank the moon. I forgot a big task. It can change my fortune. I had to rush. I shut off the water and wrap in a towel with fingers that only shake a little. Every minute is now a problem to solve. Minute 1, dry the mirror with my palm, watch truth refuse to fog. Minute 2, dress fast, soft dress, scarf easy to loop until the spell returns. Minute 3, listen, no footsteps, no knock. Minute 4, shoes in hand, door open, tiptoe across the carpet. Charlie breathes deep, turned toward the pillow I left warm. Minute 5, down the corridor like a ghost who knows the map. The staircase is a ribbon of creaks I avoid by instinct. Outside, the morning air is cold enough to lift every hair on my arms. The grounds wear due like a secret. I keep to the hedges, cut across the gravel, and slip through the small side gate. The guard on night shift doesn't see me. If he does, he decides love makes strange routines. Street, corner, alley, fence, ravine. The forest recognizes my hurry and doesn't punish it. "Van," I call, breath frosting. "Please." He steps out from behind a fir before the last syllable leaves my mouth, white hair a pale strike in the dim. His eyes take in my face with no surprise, only a quick, assessing concern. "You woke with morning," he says, already lifting his hands. "I fell asleep," I answer, shame and joy braided together. I had to come." He nods once, no judgment. "Close your eyes." The word is a shelter. I do as told. His palms hover a breath from my skin. The forest hum builds around us. Runes unfurl like small suns, then fold back into light and settle over the old map of me until the lines smooth. The river of scar disappears beneath new skin. It feels less like erasing, more like laying silk over rough wood. "Done," he says quietly, "until dawn tomorrow." I open my eyes. The illusion holds. I exhale a breath I didn't know I'd been keeping since midnight. "Van," I begin, and his name is gratitude and apology at once. He lowers his hands but doesn't step away. "Juliya." The way he says my name has turned into a vow of its own. "I will tell you the truth even when you would prefer warmth. If you forget to come, the world will not. It will show him all at once." "I won't forget," I say too fast. He tilts his head, patient. Lies don't need words. They can be kept in silence, worn in silk, carried in rings. I flinch. I will tell him. "When the cost is yours as well as his," he says, not unkind. Guilt pulses once, stubborn, then steadies into a thread I can hold without being strangled. "I love him," I whisper. "I know," he answers. "Love is not allergic to truth. It is only afraid of its timing." The forest breathes in. He steps back, letting the world widen. "Go," he says, "before your absence has a shape." I run the city backward. Fence, alley, street, side gate, gravel, hedge. I step into the house with the quiet of someone who has learned how to be both seen and hidden. Up the stairs, down the corridor, counting seconds, listening for any sign I've broken the morning's fragile surface. Our door is ajar exactly the amount I left it. I slip in, close it with care, lean on it for the length of one slow inhale. Then I cross the room. Charlie is awake, propped on an elbow, hair a soft disarray that makes him look younger and better and more dangerous to me than any crown could. His eyes find me immediately. A faint crease at his brow says he noticed the empty space and the cool sheet. "Where were you?" he asks, voice soft but direct. "Morning walk," I say, which is true in the way a shadow is true. I set my scarf on the chair, busy my hands with nothing. The grounds are beautiful before anyone wakes. He studies my face, the calm, the glamour, the residue of running. A beat, too. "Were they kind to you?" he asks finally, as if the hedges and gravel are elders who might bless or scold. "They were," I say, letting relief make me brave enough to cross to the bed. I sit, the mattress dips. He reaches, covers my hand with his. "Then bring me next time," he says, smiling, easy as sunlight. "I don't like the grounds being your better companion." "Jealous of hedges," I tease, forcing the topic to gentler water. "Jealous of mornings," he corrects. He draws me close and kisses my temple like a daily sacrament. "Breakfast." "Yes," I say, hearing my voice settle. "Breakfast." We rise together. He talks about the day's small wars, a trade call, a meeting with a bridge engineer, his nephew's insistence on sword practice in the East Hall. I follow his words, add mine. Guilt folds itself small and sits in my pocket, reminding but not ruling. I watch him pour tea in our room and think, I will tell you. I will choose the moment when truth can be held without breaking the cup we just learned to carry. He passes me a cup, fingers brushing mine, and the day begins, minute to minute, hand in hand. I keep my forehead against his for one beat longer, our breaths braided, and then the sound of voices swells up from the hall like a tide, finding the shore of our door. Myra knocks without knocking, her voice bright through the wood. "Newlyweds, stop pretending you don't want cake. Come let the house adore you properly." Charlie leans back just enough to look at me. "Are you ready?" "I'm already there," I say, and he smiles like we share a secret no light can burn away. He opens the door. The corridor glows. The house seems to stand taller around us. We walk together toward the music, hands linked, my ring cool, his pulse warm. Every step is answered by a cheer, then two. The ballroom flares open, lanterns afloat, garlands across the beams, tables with silver that catches every laugh. Alina meets us at the threshold and kisses my cheek. "You found us," she says. "You made it easy," I answer, and she squeezes my hands as if to say keep going. Mara swoops in with Theo half-dragged, half-dancing. "Presenting the Luna and her very well-behaved Alpha," she declares, absurdly pleased with herself. Theo salutes again. "Permission to be your guard even at parties." "Granted," I say, "just don't stab the cake." The band senses us and slides into a bright waltz. Charlie lifts our joined hands. "Dance with me." "Yes," I say, because saying yes keeps choosing him in motion. We step onto the floor. He is easy to follow, firm without insisting, attentive without hovering. He guides me under an arch of hands. I turn and the room tilts into color and light. We pass a line of counselors. They bow, I nod, we keep moving. He leans to my ear. "Your smile is dangerous," he murmurs. "Then you need armor," I whisper back. "I have it," he says. "You." The music carries us to the center where a circle opens. He spins me gently, my dress flares, applause breaks like surf. I grin without asking permission from my old fear. The song lilts to a close, he bows, I curtsy, someone whoops, the band swells into something quicker. People join. Mara steals me for 3 steps and returns me with a wink. Alina takes my hands for a brief sway and whispers, "Breathe." "I am," I say and mean it. Servers bring little glasses of sparkling juice. The bubbles tickle my lip. A council elder with kindly eyebrows tells a story about Charlie falling into a fountain as a child and learning dignity from wet socks. Laughter is easy and clean. A gray-haired alpha from a neighboring district claps Charlie's shoulder and says, "Good choice," and Charlie answers, best choice. We move from group to group. Faces blur into a friendly mosaic. Compliments float like petals. Radiant, someone says. Worthy, says another. A young couple whispers to me that they eloped last month and haven't told their parents. I promise to keep their secret and send them home with extra buns. Elena ushers me to a table where older women sit like a parliament of birds. They make a space, pour tea, ask questions that are kindness disguised as curiosity. I answer each one honestly enough to be true, and lightly enough to keep the night bright. Will you dance again? A councilman asks. Charlie answers for both of us. She will if she desires, he says, and looks at me to make sure the words are not a script but an offering. I desire, I say, and we return to the floor as the band turns velvet. He pulls me closer, properly, respectfully, and the world squeezes smaller until all the noise becomes wind around a warm center. Julia, he murmurs, his cheek near my temple. Are you happy? Yes, I say. More than yes. More than yes. Good, he exhales in relief, like he hadn't let himself ask until now. We dance through one song and then another. People trade partners, we do not. He asks if my feet hurt. I tell him I can stand for hours on a market sidewalk, this is nothing. He smiles like pride. Mara cuts in, spins me once, shoves me back toward him like a mischievous tide. Theo brings me a sugared fruit as if it's the bounty of a dragon horde. I bite it and feed him the last bit. He declares me a fair ruler. The bandleader lifts a hand, the music hushes. A toast, he calls, and the room gathers itself. Elena speaks first because mothers should. To beginnings that behave like continuations, and to continuations that remember their beginnings. Glasses lift, we sip, sweetness lingers on my tongue. A joke follows from an old pack friend about Charlie trying to cook one time and producing something that could legally be a weapon. It was soup, Charlie protests, laughing, and it offended no one but me. We laugh. The floor shakes with joy. Someone near the band tells a joke so ridiculous I groan and clutch my side. Charlie's laugh catches mine, and for a moment we are simply two people ridiculous together in a room that cares. And then the notice that lives in my bones flickers. A tiny alarm somewhere under my ribs, the one I've honored every dawn since the forest first laid a soft hand on my face. I breathe out, steady. Soon, I tell myself, the door is not far. The hedges are quiet. The ravine is a memory my feet know by heart. Mara claims me for a quick whirl and returns me into Charlie's hands again like one more gift. Someone presses another glass into my fingers. I smile, sip. The bubbles snap against my lip and I laugh. Charlie brushes a fingertip under the corner of my mouth in a gesture so small and intimate it makes my eyes sting. We stand at the edge of a small cluster of guests, listening to a counselor tell a story about a negotiation gone wrong because a goat ate the treaty. True, he insists, and the table howls. My shoulders loosen. The little alarm quiets. The song changes. A breeze slips in through a half-open window and cools the back of my neck. I tilt my face into it. Charlie leans closer to catch a joke's punchline and then he stops. The laugh dies in his throat. It's almost nothing, the pause, but I feel it like a stone underfoot. His eyes sharpen, focus narrowing to my cheek as if a moth has landed there. What? I ask, smiling still, careful, because old instincts never release you entirely. He doesn't answer at once. His brow furrows, not angry, concerned. He lifts his hand halfway, hesitates, then touches just below my cheekbone with 2 fingers. Is there something on your face? He asks, voice low enough that only I hear the first question. I blink, light still in my mouth. Cake sugar, I say automatically, almost teasing. I'm a hazard to pastry. He doesn't match my tone. He leans a fraction closer, reading my skin like print. It's changing, he murmurs. A quiet rush fills my ears. I keep my face even. I slip my hand into my pocket, find my phone, thumb it awake, and tilt the camera toward me like a mirror I'd rather not consult. The screen shows me perfect light, calm skin, and then at the edge of my left cheek, a pale thread where there should be none. Not a road, not a river, a hint, barely there, a ghost under silk. The floor moves a tiny degree under my feet. It's nothing, I say, light, casual, careful, and lower the phone so quickly it could have been a different hand. A trick of light. Let me see, he says, a degree firmer. I'll step to the washroom, I answer, already angling my body, already calculating the fastest line to the side corridor. I'll be right back. He reaches, gentle but stopping me with the weight of his palm at my elbow. It's getting worse, he says, and his voice carries just enough that people near us, Mara, the two councilmen, a woman from the finance committee, tilt their heads like birds. I breathe again, I keep breathing. It's nothing, I say, and I smile at the woman and at the man, and now they are looking not at my smile but at the place just left of it. A ripple moves through the small cluster. Whispers rise. Is she? Do you see? Light, surely. No. I lift the phone again because I am done being surprised by my own fear. The screen no longer flatters me. It tells me the story I didn't want yet. The thin, pale line has lengthened, a shape I know too well beginning its path across my cheek toward my jaw. My stomach drops as if the floor has vanished. I keep my face polite. What is happening? Charlie asks, no longer careful, clear, direct, the alpha and the man at once. Juliya. I hear it all at once. The band faltering, the laugh at the next table cutting short, the mercy in Alina's intake of breath. I lift my chin. Excuse me, I say once and step toward the door. Charlie's hand closes around my wrist. Don't run, he says, soft, pleading, not commanding. I'm not, I say, and then I am, because I will not be torn open in a room that held me so well a second ago. The hall is bright. I move fast, not hiding, not meeting eyes. My dress whispers, my breath saws, the world narrows to corridor, arch, atrium. A guard bows his head with shocking face and the night rushes in like salvation. The lawn is cold. The gravel bites. The hedges open their familiar seam toward the service gate and the path that leads to the fence and the ravine and the trees, and a black car glides out from the drive and cuts the line, a smooth beast blocking the gap. Its door opens like a jaw. Oh, not anyone who knows me, and guess what? The driver steps out with a surprised Luna. He was a relative of Charlie. And in that one moment of stillness, a hand finds my upper arm and steadies me and turns me back toward the light. I was trapped. In front, the relative of Charlie, and in the back, Charlie holds me. Charlie, his grip is firm, not cruel, but my skin flares under it anyway. Stop, he says. It isn't thunder. It's rain that became ice. What are you hiding? Inside, I say, breathless. Please, not here. Elena, he calls over his shoulder without looking. Clear the hall. He walks me back toward the entrance, not dragging, not letting go. People part for us like water splits for a hull. Whispers chase us up the marble. Mask, spell, illusion, why, who? We step into the ballroom, and he releases my arm only to turn and face the room with me like we are a team whose game just changed. Everyone, he says, not raised, not loud, but every ear hears, give us space. The circle widens around us, a ring of faces, concerned, curious, some already pitying, the worst one. Alone, I tell him again, looking straight at him. Please. His jaw works, not angry, hurt. You had time, he says, and it's the kindest sentence that breaks me. You had time to tell me. Now it's late, and late is still truth. Go on. The glamour shudders. I feel it like a heartbeat going irregular. I swallow. I find my voice. It wants to splinter. I make it a thread that holds. I am not what you think, I say to the man I love, the room named for him, the people who believed in us for a whole beautiful night. I am what I am, and I have been afraid to let you see it. See what? Someone asks. It doesn't matter who. My face, I say simply, under the light. Silence stretches so thin, I can hear the bandleader's sleeve rustle against his music stand. I work at East Market, I continue, because beginnings matter. I watched your world from the curb with a paper cup and a stubborn heart. I chased a thief into the forest and found a witcher instead of my phone. His name is Van de Moor. He is not cursed. He is old truth. He can lay a glamour over skin. He laid one over mine. A murmur ripples. It has teeth and sympathy both. Charlie doesn't move. Why? He asks, not angry, just the word. Because I wanted a door, I say. I keep my eyes on his and let mine sting. Because when I walk into rooms like this without it, they fling me back to the street. Because I wanted you to see me long enough to know me before you noticed how the world taught you to look. And what am I seeing now? He asks, voice quieter. Me, I say, and a glamour that is failing. As if it was waiting for permission to stop pretending, the spell loosens with a soft, audible sigh. Light swims and pulls away. My cheek cools. The pale river draws itself across my face with calm finality, mapping my jaw, touching the edge of my throat. Gasps land around me like small birds forgetting their wings. I do not bow my head. I refuse humiliation the same way I refused hunger. I outlast it. Charlie stands very still in the eye of it. He takes me in the way he took in a battlefield the first time he led men, assessment without cruelty, shock without panic. He breathes in. He breathes out. The warm in his eyes doesn't vanish. It moves behind glass. Alina steps through the ring and comes to me and sets her arms around me without dignity or delay. The sound I make is not pretty and not large. She holds me anyway, and when she loosens her embrace, her hands remain on my shoulders. "Dear," she says, low and fierce enough to be a shield, "never pretend what you are not. People who love you do not need it." "I know," I whisper, and mean it and hate how long it took. Mara pushes forward and then stops, tears already in her lashes, uncertain if she is allowed. I nod once, and she bolts the last step and grabs my hand like she's daring anyone to say no. Charlie speaks not to her, not to the room, to me. "This is fraud," he says, and the word lands between us with the weight of every contract he's ever signed. "You should have told me earlier. Why to be a woman you are not actually? Why to hide yourself? You should have told me because that is your fate, and what you have done is not your fate. It is lie, false fate, and that is why you failed." "I wanted to," I say raw. "I did. I was going to. I tried. Every time I tried, you told me I was." I gesture helplessly to my face, the one that looks like a battlefield map. "And I was afraid that if I took this off before you knew my voice, I would lose you and the door and the room and the future in one breath." He flinches just once. "If I had to choose you," he says, each word held up to light, "I would have chosen you with this face, too." "Not true," I say, and the old bruise of being laughed at years ago throbs stupidly in the center of all this truth. "Nobody loved me until—" "Stop," he says, soft and sharp. "Don't make me the man who would have failed a simple test." "I wasn't testing," I say, shaking my head. "I was surviving." He looks at me like he is trying to forgive me and himself and the whole city for the way it taught us to be brave. The glass in his gaze thickens. The warmth doesn't leave. It recesses. He drops his hand from the air. "I can't," he swallows. "He can. He will, just not now. I need—" He doesn't finish. He turns. "Charlie," I say, and my voice is smaller than I wanted. He walks out of the circle and into the corridor toward our room without raising his voice or his hands or even his shoulders. People make space as if he's carrying a wounded thing, and they don't know where it is. My body remembers humiliation like a scent. The boy at the stall laughing, the old women's flinch, the way a mirror can turn into a judge. But it is not the same, not exactly, because Alina's hand is still on my arm, and Mara is still there like a guard dog in pearls, and Theo is scowling at a grown man who risked a goat with a treaty. Whispers pour in anyway, witcher and mask and trick and pity and audacity. Some sound like knives. Some sound like bandages that were not asked for. I stand in it. I breathe. I do not run. I do not talk. I do not explain again. I cannot make anyone see what love looked like a minute ago. Alina squeezes. "We will fix the room," she says. She means, "You don't have to fix it alone." Mara squeezes harder. "If anyone stares, I will trip them," she mutters. Theo edges in front of my knees like a knight the size of a lamp post and glares at the world until it looks away. Someone, maybe the bandleader, maybe the house itself, starts a softer song, a thing without words that gives people something to fill their mouths with besides gossip. The ring of faces loosens, breaks into cautious conversations. The brave ones smile at me with unsteady kindness. The cowards rescind themselves to corners. I look at the door he took. My lungs lift. They do not open. I feel emptied. Not clean, not free. Emptied like a room after a party when the music stops and you can hear every glass breathe. Loved, still, somewhere behind glass. Shaken, like the surface of water after a thrown stone. Helpless, embarrassed, humiliated, lonely, all at once and too much, and exactly the right words for a moment that didn't have to happen this way, and yet did. I reach for the pendant at my throat because my hands need a task, and the cool weight stays steady as if to say stay. I do. Pendant can't heal me now, I need Van de Moor. I stand, I breathe. I endure the long minute that follows, and the one after that, and the next, because this, too, is part of being someone. Being seen when the light is unfair and deciding to remain visible anyway. The hall was finally empty. The laughter that had filled it hours ago had dissolved into echoes, and the candles flickered low, their wax bleeding down the silver stands. My heels clicked on the marble, soft, apologetic clicks, while I gathered the shards of my courage from the floor where I'd left them. Everyone saw, the words repeated like a heartbeat that wouldn't die, every whisper, every gasp, and him, his eyes cold with shock. I took a breath and began the slow walk toward our room. The walls of the corridor watched me in silence. My own reflection in the window panes was an accusation. You did this. You could have told him. You should have told him before the vows, before the dance, before you took his hand in front of everyone. The more I thought it, the more the guilt swelled. It was the Witcher's fault. It wasn't the spell's fault. It was mine. When I reached the door, it stood half open. The room was dark except for the faint glow of the fireplace. I pushed it wider. Charlie was there, sleeping on the sofa. Not on the bed we had shared just one night ago. My throat closed. For a second, I almost called his name. I wanted to kneel beside him, to wake him and beg forgiveness, to tell him everything that wouldn't come out in front of the crowd. But he looked so still, so tired, that guilt pulled my hand back. He had seen enough of me for one night. I changed quietly. The silk sleepwear clung to my skin, mocking me with its luxury. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at him. His arm had fallen off the sofa, fingers barely brushing the carpet. He can't even stand to lie beside you. The thought burned, but I swallowed it. I slipped under the sheets, though sleep refused me. My mind ran circles. What would tomorrow bring? Would he tell the council? Would he send me away? The night stretched too long, every sound louder than it should have been. I stared at the ceiling, counting the pattern of the beams until the lines blurred. Somewhere before dawn, exhaustion took me. When I woke, the light was gray and thin. The sofa was empty. I rose fast, pulling the blanket with me, half hopping he'd simply gone for water. The room was silent. His coat was gone. So was the sound of his breathing. I stood there for a long moment, until the cold of the floor reached my feet. Then I forced myself into motion. The shower hissed, steam clouding the glass. I stepped toward the mirror and froze. My face. No glamour, no light. Only the truth. The jagged scars down my cheek, the burn marks along my neck, the uneven patch where skin had never healed smooth. The woman the world had learned to turn away from. I touched the glass, leaving a print on the fog. You did this, I whispered to my reflection. You lied because you were afraid. Now you pay. Dressing took too long. My hands shook when I tied the sash of my dress. Voices drifted from the dining room. Elena's calm tone, Mara's chatter, Theo's laughter. For a second I wanted to turn back, to hide, but that would only prove the coward I already was. So I walked in. Every fork paused. Good morning, I said, forcing my voice to sound whole. Elena recovered first. Good morning, dear, she smiled, but the ache behind it was clear. Mara's fork clattered softly. Theo stared, confused but polite. Charlie didn't look up. I stepped closer, each footstep too loud. Good morning, I said again, this time only for him. He cut a piece of bread, buttered it, lifted it to his mouth. Nothing else, not a glance, not a word. The chair across from him was empty. I sat. Elena spoke gently about pack meetings, about weather, anything to fill it. I nodded where I could, answered questions that weren't questions. Every so often, Charlie's sleeve brushed the table when he reached for his cup, and each brush felt like a knife reminding me how far the space between us had grown. When breakfast ended, he stood first. "Excuse me," he said, to no one and to me most of all, and walked out. The door closed behind him with a sound smaller than I expected, but it echoed like thunder inside my chest. The day dragged on in a single, unbroken ache. I found small tasks, arranging flowers that didn't need arranging, folding tablecloths already folded, pretending to read the same page for an hour. Each time I heard footsteps, my head lifted. Each time it wasn't him. At midday, I brought tea to his study. He was bent over papers, expression blank. I set the cup near his hand. "Thank you," he said without looking. "Charlie." He turned a page. "Yes, Luna." The title hit harder than any insult. Luna, not Julia. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry." He nodded once, eyes still on the paper. "Noted." The rest of the afternoon blurred. I tried again in the garden. He was training with pack guards, movements sharp, precise, deliberate. I stood by the railing until he noticed me. He wiped sweat from his temple, gave a short nod, and returned to sparring. That small dismissal hurt worse than shouting would have. By evening, even the house seemed to keep its distance. The servants spoke softly around me, their politeness the kind that builds walls. When the lamps were lit, I went upstairs. The door to our room was open. Charlie sat on the edge of the bed, still half dressed from training, elbows on his knees, hands clasped as if in prayer. I hesitated in the doorway. Words failed. Actions didn't. I walked in, silent, and stopped before him. The air between us felt heavy with everything unsaid. He looked up. His eyes were tired, not cruel. Without thinking further, I reached for the clasp of my dress. Fabric whispered to the floor. His gaze followed, not with desire, just sorrow. "Julia," he said quietly, "don't." But I did. I leaned in, pressing my lips to his neck, my hands on his shoulders. For a moment he didn't resist. His breath caught, his fingers twitched, and then he pulled back. "I can't," he said. I ignored it, kissed his chest where his heart beat too fast. "Then don't think," I whispered. He stood abruptly. "Stop, please, I can't do this." The words cracked like glass between us. I froze, arms falling to my sides. He turned away, running a hand through his hair. I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around him from behind. For a second he stiffened, then his hands came up, hesitant, and he held me. The warmth of it nearly broke me. "Either reject me or accept me," I said into his shoulder. My voice trembled, but I didn't stop. "Tell me you don't want me and I'll go. I'll leave this house, this pack, everything. Just say it. And I will walk out forever without any questions, I promise." He shook his head slowly. "We're married, Julia. I can't do that to my wife." "Then divorce me," I said, "if that's easier." He turned toward me, meeting my eyes for the first time all day. "I don't want that." "Then what do you want?" I asked. "Time," he said simply. I laughed softly, a broken sound. "You don't want to reject me because you want to look good doing it. The noble alpha who couldn't hurt the fraud he married." He flinched. "You did deceive me," he said, the calm cracking just enough to show pain underneath. "I need time to understand it and accept this." "Time," I echoed. "Time to what? Remember how disgusted you were when you saw me." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Don't twist it. I never rejected you. I love you still. But the lies," he exhaled hard. "They're bigger than us. I need space to make peace with them. Be patient, Julia. Maybe one day it will feel normal again." I stood there half-dressed, shivering though the fire was warm. "Maybe one day, normal," I repeated. The word tasted wrong. He reached to touch my arm, but I stepped back. "Say you love me," I said. He didn't hesitate. "I do." "Not true," I said quietly. "When I touch you, you flinch. When my face is near yours, you remember what it looks like beneath the light. Your words are kind, but your eyes, they run away." He had no answer. I picked up my clothes slowly, the sound of fabric soft but final. I dressed without turning my back fully to him. When I reached the door, I looked once more over my shoulder. He stood in the middle of the room, still as stone, hands open as if trying to catch something that was already gone. "You wanted truth," I said softly. "Now you have all of it. It's heavier than it looks." I opened the door. The corridor waited, empty and echoing. When I stepped into it, the guilt walked beside me. Every step whispered the same thing. You had everything, and you lost it because you couldn't be brave enough to be yourself. The corridor felt longer than it had last night. Every step I took remembered the look in Charlie's eyes, the way love had moved behind glass. The house listened and said nothing. I passed the gallery of crooked family photos and couldn't look at a single frame. When the front door gave, the morning air touched my face like a caution. I wanted it to be comfort. It was. I cut across the lawn, kept to the hedges, slipped out the side gate. Street, corner, alley, fence. The ravine waited like a confession I'd left unfinished. I climbed down the way I always did, careful, then careless for one stupid second, then careful again. "Van," I called, softer than the trees deserved. He stepped out from the firs like the forest had spoken my name through him. White hair loose, witcher coat breathing around his boots, silver eyes reading my face once, thoroughly. "You came empty," he said. "I came ruined," I said back. He tilted his head. "That is a kind of empty." I took one more step, as if closeness could fix honesty. "Help me, please, renew it, as always you do." He didn't move. Worthless. The word landed and cracked something that had already been cracked last night. "Why would you say that?" "Because the spell was always a door," he said. "You have already walked him through it. Now you want wallpaper for a broken wall. It will peel in rain." "Talk plain," I snapped, surprising both of us. "Charlie knows," he said, meeting my eyes. "His sight will look for truth under every lamp. I can paint the glass, he will still see the water." My hands knotted in my coat sleeves. "I just need time." "You had it," he said softly. "You traded it for fear." The answer was too fair to fight. I swallowed the heat that rose anyway. "He won't take my hand," I whispered. "He stands near me like a man standing near a cliff and pretending not to hear the sea." Van's gaze eased, not pitying, knowing. "His heart is proud," he said. "Pride is good at standing still where tenderness would reach." "I don't want to hate him," I said. "Then don't," Van replied. "Hate the habit that made you hide." I closed my eyes, opened them. "You said the spell is useless now," I said. "So what can you do for me?" "I can tell you the truth in a way that does not cut," he said. "I can stand in front of your shame until it stops charging. I can be here." "You were always here," I said, exhausted. "You keep reminding me." "Because you keep forgetting," he answered, calm as river stones. "Loneliness edits stories. I prefer the full script. I was here when you were small with hunger. I was here when you learned to walk into rooms with your shoulders square. I was here when you asked the world for a new face because it would not learn your old one. I am here now." "It sounds like you're counting," I said, the edge gentler this time. "I'm keeping score for the day you try to tell yourself you had no ally," he said. I looked past him into the deeper green, where the forest pretends it has no end. "Do you think he'll ever accept me completely?" "Tonight?" Van asked. "No, tomorrow, perhaps, in a season, if he remembers he is man before alpha." "And if he does?" "Then you will still be you," Van said, "which is a life, not a sentence." I swallowed a sound I didn't want to name. "I am so tired of being brave alone." "Then don't be," he said, quieter. "Lean." He took a measured step, close enough that the warmth of him got through the cold. His hand lifted halfway and waited. I didn't move. He set his palm against my cheek as he had once in a ritual, but this was not spellwork. This was human. His touch did not flinch at the map of my skin. It simply learned the terrain. My breath snagged. "That is unfair," I whispered. "You know where I break." "I know where you were broken," he said. "You are not breaking, you are choosing." "I'm married," I said. It came out automatic and aching. "I heard your vows," he replied. "I watched you believe them. I'm not asking for vows. I'm asking if you want a minute to be held without being judged by the room that failed you." "That's kind of manipulation," I said, because if I didn't name it, it would wear a nice coat and sit down at my table. "It is persuasion," he said plainly. "And it is selfish. I am not a saint, Julia. I am a witcher who has learned to call my hunger by its right name." Silence folded down between us. The trees adjusted their weight. A bird stitched its way from one branch to another. I heard my pulse and nothing else. "Why now?" I asked. "Because you came to me with your heart in a paper bag," he said. "And I am tired of watching you apologize to rooms that have never apologized to you." "You don't know him like I do," I said, last defense thin as mist. "I know the look you wore this morning at breakfast," he answered gently. "I know what it did to your shoulders when he chose the word Luna over Julia. I know you tasted tea and swallowed glass." I asked, "How did you?" "Because I am Vandemore the Witcher. I know everything." I covered my mouth with my hand and let that one land because there was nothing to argue with. I had swallowed glass. He lowered his hand from my cheek, but not far. He traced the air near my jaw without touching it, as if drawing a protective line around what I hated, and he did not. "Let me kiss you," he said quietly. "Not to own you, to show you the way kindness tastes when it does not have to perform." "No," I said, but the word trembled. "Say it once more," he murmured. "If you mean it, I will step back and we will speak of coffee and old stories until the cold goes out of your bones." My throat closed. I didn't say it again. He waited one more breath, then bent and pressed his mouth to mine, soft, patient, not a question to be answered but a warmth to be received. I let it touch, and then I pulled back on instinct, breath hot in the cold air. "Stop." He stopped. He set his forehead to mine instead, giving me the shape of closeness without the pressure of decision. "Forgive me," he said. "I have lived in winter too long." I hated that I understood. "I'm married," I said again, smaller. "I heard you," he said. "I won't cross what you guard." He didn't touch my mouth again. He lowered his head and pressed a slow kiss to the side of my neck, where skin is thin and pulse is honest. The gentleness of it broke something I'd kept nailed shut. My hand found his coat and held on because my knees were not experts at being careful. "Van," I breathed, a warning with no teeth left. "Tell me to stop," he whispered. My mouth opened. A twig cracked behind us. We turned the same way, wolves without shifting. A figure stepped from the stand of pines, as if the forest had been holding him the way a mother holds a feverish child. Charlie, no coat, no fury, only quiet that could freeze a river. He took us in with one look, the distance, the blush and the cold, the way my fingers were still clutching the edge of Van's coat because I hadn't remembered to let go. His eyes touched my mouth, then the hollow of my throat, then came back to my eyes. He didn't flinch at my scars. He didn't blink away hurt. He stood with it. "Alpha," Van said, even, his hands falling to his sides to show he wasn't hiding anything except what a man always hides, himself. I stepped forward and the word tumbled out half-formed. "Charlie." He lifted a palm slightly, not command, containment. "I saw," he said. The quiet of it made my ribs ache. I swallowed. "It wasn't." "Something," he said, not cruel. "I know something when I hear it." Van spared me. "I kissed her," he said. "She asked me to stop, I did." Charlie's mouth pressed thin for a heartbeat and then eased. "Thank you," he said, and the courtesy was a blade turned on himself. I wanted to reach for him. The air between us warned me not to. "I was lost," I said, truth rubbing nerves raw. "I came to the only place that had doorways left for me." He looked at me long enough that my breathing learned a new rhythm. "And you found someone who made you feel seen," he said softly, and the fairness in that observation knelt me. "I wanted to ask for the spell," I said quickly, because lies were done. "He refused. He told me the truth. I didn't come to betray you. I came because the house was loud with my shame and the forest has always been quiet." He shut his eyes for one long blink and opened them. The love there had not died. It had taken off its wedding clothes and stood in plain cloth to survive the weather. "I won't do last night again," he said. I won't make a stage of you. Not him, not you, not me. Then what? My voice broke. I cleared it. What happens now? He breathed, and I saw the question go through him like a tide through a narrow passage. Now we give each other room, he said. You, to feel what you are feeling without my pride patrolling it. Me, to let my trust learn to walk again without you dragging it forward like a stubborn cart. That sounds like leaving, I said, a little desperate. It sounds like not tearing what is not healed, he answered. Van didn't move. He knew the moment belonged to a pair and had no interest in stealing it with an audience. Charlie's gaze flicked to him, then back to me. I won't ask you to choose a prison to prove love, he said. I release you from mine for now. Release, I repeated, the word both mercy and blade. There will be a statement, he added, eyes still on me because respect demanded it. That we are taking space, that our vows stand, that our politics are boring, that is all anyone else needs. I nodded because I couldn't trust my mouth. Gratitude and grief were wrestling behind my teeth. He saw it. He nodded back once. The small muscle in his jaw worked because he was swallowing something he wanted to say and knew he shouldn't. I meant it, he said, and this time his voice shook. I love you. I don't know where to put the lie yet. I will, I whispered. I will. He half-reached, a ghost of a gesture, then let his hand fall. He turned and walked back toward the manor, not fast, not dramatic, only steady. The forest parted for him. He didn't look back. The sound of his steps faded into needles and wind. The quiet that followed was a room with no furniture. I let go of Van's coat and hugged my arms around myself because I was suddenly cold, not with weather, with consequence. Say it was your plan, I said, hatting the part of me that asked and unable to silence it. Tell me you did this to get me. It was for you, he said. For your freedom from a house that would keep weighing you. Also for me, because I am a man who wanted to warm his hands. You could have said no, I said, a last push against the thing already done. I did once, he said quietly. You asked again without words. He did not try to touch me. He didn't step closer. I have nowhere else to go, I said, hatting the truth in it. You have everywhere, he answered. But until your legs remember that, I have a fire and bad coffee. I almost laughed. It came out like a breath that forgot its lines. I do not want to be owned. Then don't be, he said. Come as a storm, not a tenant. Charlie will never forgive this, I said, tasting iron. He may, Van replied, honest to harm. But not because we pretend, only because we endure. We stood until the cold insisted on being felt. The path back to the manor carried light like a fragile ribbon. The path into the woods was darker and, God help me, kinder. I took one step toward the trees, and every step after felt like being unstitched and stitched again in a pattern I didn't yet recognize. Van walked beside me, far enough that I could breathe, close enough that the air didn't feel like judgment. The forest closed around us the way a book closes around a chapter that didn't know it had to end. Behind me, the house where I had been a bride learned how to be a place where silence had rooms of its own. Ahead, the Witcher's clearing waited, runes sleeping, kettle empty, a chair that had never belonged to anyone until now. I am not choosing you, I said into the space between our steps. I am choosing not to drown. Good, he said. I do terrible rescues. I am better at keeping fires. The honesty steadied me more than any pretty sentence could have. We reached the hollow. He didn't usher me in as if I were fragile. He didn't announce it like a rival. He simply lifted the kettle, poured water from a skin, and set it over a cautious flame. The forest made its evening noises around us, the kind that remind you the world keeps turning even when your life has stopped to count the cost. I sat, he sat. We let the water learn to sing. I pressed the pendant against my throat and let guilt and relief share a chair in my chest. I had come out into the cold to be warmed by hands that would never be safe. I knew it. I still held them out. Tomorrow, Van said, as the kettle finally began to whisper, you may hate me. Tomorrow, I said, I may hate myself. We can share, he replied, and the ruthless kindness of it made me close my eyes and breathe like a woman who wants to live. I had no other option left except the truth I was already living. So I lived it minute by minute, in the quiet where winter hands offered summer lies that felt, for one fragile hour, like shelter. The forest took me in the way a quilt takes in a shaking body, without questions, with a hush that made the world seem smaller and kinder. Van led me along the narrow path he never showed to strangers. Pine needles softened every step. Somewhere high up, a hawk turned the sky with lazy circles, as if it couldn't decide whether we mattered. "Here," Van said, and palmed aside a drape of evergreen. The clearing spread out like a breath. His home wasn't much: low eaves, dark wood, a chimney that made the air smell faintly of smoke and mint. Runes tucked into the beams glowed the quiet blue of dusk long before the sun thought about leaving. He opened the door and stood to the side so I could walk in first. It felt like stepping into a page where the ink had dried differently, a single room divided by shelves and habit. A table with 2 chairs, hooks with 2 old coats, a hearth built by hands that believed in fire. A bed in the far corner, neatly made. Not a prison, not quite a sanctuary, something between. "You'll want tea," Van said, reaching for the kettle like a man grateful to have a task he couldn't ruin. "I'll want quiet," I answered, because the house in my chest was still full of breaking glass. "You can have both," he said, and set the kettle near the flame. I stood by the window and watched the trees stand their long guard. My ring lay cold against my finger. I turned it once, twice, then left it alone. "I am not choosing you," I'd told him on the way here. "I am choosing not to drown." The forest agreed. It has never judged me for being messy with need. Van poured tea and set the cup in my hands gently, as if heat could stitch what shame had torn. We didn't talk for a while. He cleaned his knives, wiped the table, stacked wood, quiet motions, the kind people use when words would only make the air heavy. When the cup was empty, he set bread and fruit on a plate without announcing generosity, and I ate because the body knows things before the mind signs the permission slip. "Tonight," he said at last, "you keep the bed, I'll take the chair." "I don't want." "It's a chair that owes me," he said mildly. "Keep your arguments for better enemies." I almost smiled and didn't. He turned down the blanket and left a small lamp lit, the kind whose flame has manners. "Call," he said, pausing at the chair. "For what?" "For anything," he answered, and closed his eyes as if even witchers have to practice sleeping when guilt is in the room. I lay down on a bed that didn't know my shape yet. The forest breathed. The old house didn't creak, it remembered. I watched the lamp until it made me brave enough to close my eyes. In the morning, the world woke without the sound of servants pretending not to worry and hallways pretending not to echo. Van was already up, crushing herbs in a bowl with a stone that looked like it belonged in a pocket more than a kitchen. "Bitter greens," he said, "for pride." "You can season tea with that." "For the pride that thinks it must carry the world alone," he amended, and slid the bowl toward me. "Eat." I did, grimacing. "You make terrible breakfasts." "I make honest breakfasts," he said, unbothered, and handed me a slice of warm bread, which made forgiveness easier. He taught me the hearth-stubborn trick with damp wood, how to wedge the iron pot so the stew didn't scorch, where he kept the old books with pages that smelled like dust and patience. He showed me the quiet shelf of salves and powders. "For cuts," he said. "For fever." He tapped another jar. "For fear." "That works?" I asked. "No," he said, "but sometimes your hands need something to hold while your heart survives. Rub it on your wrists. Breathe. Pretend." "I can do pretend," I said, and left the jar where it was for later. We moved around each other carefully, like 2 wolves circling without teeth. When I tipped water from a jug into the basin, he didn't rush to help. He watched to see if I'd ask. When he hung his coat by the door, I straightened his collar with a neat pinch and behaved as if it were nothing. Quiet stitched a small bridge between us, and we both stood on it without looking down. He called at noon when the shadow of the rafters found the notch in the table. "Walk," he asked. "Don't make me talk," I said. "I said walk. If the forest demands conversation, it does it in a language you can ignore." We walked. The path curved around the creek where stones wore moss like old velvet. He showed me a tree where lightning had bitten and left a scar that looked like mine, white, stubborn, unashamed. He didn't say that. I did, in my head, and the tree didn't disagree. Back at the cabin, he took a book from the shelf and read a few lines aloud, words that fit the timbre of his voice as if they'd been waiting. I mended a tear in my dress with tiny stitches, because mending is a spell that accepts anyone's hands. "Tonight," he said after dusk, "I'll teach you to light the lamp without flint." "That's a step toward trouble," I said. "Everything is," he said, and showed me how to whisper a vowel until it woke the wick. The flame rose, polite and pleased, and I laughed because small magic is the kind that makes you believe again. The next day, not named, not counted, slid into the one after without edges. I learned the morning birds by their accents. The hawk changed circles when clouds moved, and I pretended that meant something. Van whittled wood in the doorway. I swept the floor just to hear the broom whisper. When I bent to lift the pot, the room tilted once and came right. I blamed it on the heat. Later, the dizziness returned when I stood too quickly. Van noticed, eyes narrowing like wolves do when the wind shifts. "Sit," he said. "I'm fine." "You are many things," he said, "but not fine. Sit." He put the cup in my hands and watched me drink as if the tea might confess something my mouth would not. That night, I lay awake and counted breaths, the way you do when you're refusing to count days. The lamp made slow halos on the ceiling. My body felt strange in a way that wasn't sorrow. My palms pressed flat over my belly, and the gesture made sense to my hands before it made sense to my mind. The word came quietly. "A child," I whispered into the blanket. It felt like saying yes to a door I didn't remember opening. I didn't cry. I wasn't brave enough yet. I lay there and let the idea live, small as a candle, stubborn as a seed. In the morning, I stood at the wash basin and looked at myself the way the forest might look, without impatience, with a long view. I knew the signs. The cycles I used to mark without thinking had gone slippery. My mouth tilted into a smile I didn't trust. My hand went back to my belly without asking me if it should. Van opened the door and saw my face. He didn't smile back. "What?" "I think," my voice stuck. "Van." He waited. "I think I might be carrying." The word broke a small dam behind my ribs. Warmth flooded my eyes. I laughed once, helpless. "I think I'm pregnant." He didn't move his hand from the latch. "Whose?" There are moments when the world is generous and moments when it forgets how. This was the second kind. The question didn't slap me. It sliced, thin and precise. "You know the answer," I said. "I know there are two answers that let me keep you," he replied, voice even. "One of them is a lie." "It's Charlie," I said, the truth clean and heavy in my mouth. "But it's mine. It's ours if you can love it." He stepped into the room and closed the door as if a storm had started. "I told myself I could," he said. "I told myself 100 things last night so I could sleep sitting up while you breathed 6 feet away. And..." He rubbed his thumb along the edge of the table. "And I am a man, not a myth. We are not good at sharing ghosts." "It isn't a ghost," I said. "It's a child." "Whose?" he said again, quieter. "Mine," I repeated, matching his quiet. "Say it after me." He looked at me the way a person looks at a lake right before they decide whether to jump. Then he looked away. "You will need more than my yes," he said. "You will need herbs and protein and rest." "You ask me whose and then you make broth," I asked, hurt trying to laugh and failing. "You asked me to be here," he said. "I can do 2 things badly at the same time." We stood on opposite sides of the table and let the space do the shouting. He fetched jars and cursed at the stubborn lid of one until it relented. I watched him slice roots the way a soldier sharpens a blade he isn't sure he should carry. "Say you will protect us," I said, because a part of me still wanted spells. "I will protect what you carry," he said, a beat, "one way or another." The phrasing sat wrong in the air for a moment, then pretended to be normal. He left later, not long, just long enough for the forest to taste the hole he made in it. I heard him outside talking low to something that didn't answer. When he came back, he had a look I didn't yet know how to read, calm that had been carved into his face with a dull knife. "I told the pines to make more shade," he said. "You told the pines," I repeated, not smiling. "They are good listeners," he said. He didn't tell me where else his voice had gone. He taught me a small charm for morning sickness, mint and a whisper, a circle drawn clockwise over the cup. It helped. His hands were steady as he guided mine, and he didn't flinch when my fingers shook. In the quiet that followed, he set a chair by the hearth and sat as if he were guarding a border no one else believed in. Days learned us. We woke before the sky finished deciding. He boiled eggs too long and pretended it was a choice. I walked the path to the creek and back, careful and stubborn, learning which stones wanted respect and which wanted laughter. He read to me from a book about trees that think. I mended a shirt that didn't need it. He pressed his ear to my belly even though there was nothing to hear yet and said, "Hello," as if being early was a virtue. Sometimes, at dusk, he stood in the doorway and spoke to the air in words that rolled like thunder far away. When I asked, "Who?" he said, "Old friends," and smiled the way people do when they are telling the truth from one angle and not from another. Once I woke to find him not in the chair, not by the door, not in the clearing. When he returned, pine needles were caught in his hair, and the smell of the city clung to him for 3 heartbeats before the forest took offense and covered it. "Where?" I asked, too calmly. "An errand," he answered. "A friend at the manor." "At Charlie's." The name felt like a small stone in my mouth. "One of the guards," he said lightly. "He owes me a favor from 7 winters ago. He keeps his promises." He bent to kiss my hair in a gesture we hadn't decided we were allowed yet. "So do I." The kiss warmed without clarifying. I watched him pour water into the basin with hands that were sure and thought, "He is building something I can't see." The weeks turned like pages you don't want to dog-ear in case you need to find your way back. My body changed in quiet ways first, tired sooner, hungry at odd times, lightheaded when the room got crowded by my thoughts. My wolf sense sharpened. Bread smelled like safety, smoke like history, rain like forgiveness. Van's moods changed like weather. Some mornings, he woke with the softness of a man who had decided to be happy for a while. He'd bring raspberries in his hands like treasure, drop them into mine, and say, "Eat the bright things." He'd kiss my forehead without asking permission and tell the lamp to behave, and it would. Other days, jealousy shadowed him like a stubborn cloud. He'd move through the cabin with a tidiness that was really anger learning table manners. He'd watch me from the doorway without malice, but with a distance I recognized from nights in the manor when I was a stranger in my own life. "You will bring him back into our forest," he said once, and the word hooked me in the ribs. "I will bring a child into the world," I answered. "You can decide what the forest belongs to after that." His mouth tilted in a shape that wasn't a smile. "You are learning to be fierce." "I always was," I said. "Beauty just taught you to believe it." He stopped arguing, which was worse. He would go still, and stillness in him felt like edges. Later that same day, he would bake bread clumsily and set too much honey on the table and say, "Eat," like an apology. I ate. It was the kind that works. He taught me little magics because he didn't know how to keep his power to himself when he cared. A charm to keep flies off fruit. A word to make water cooler without drawing from the well. Once, when nausea tried to lay a flag over my morning, he murmured a curve of vowels over my wrist, and the heat receded like a tide that had been told to mind itself. "Don't barter with it," he said. "Command it, kindly." At night, when the air turned silver and my thoughts sharpened, I watched him at the table with a small ledger. He made marks that didn't look like numbers. He folded a note and hid it under the bottom board. When I lifted the edge later, the space was empty. "Who do you talk to?" I asked him the next evening. "Old promises," he said. "A man should keep them." "To whom?" "To himself," he said, which sounded noble and wasn't. We had good days. He carved a charm out of dark wood, a small wolf without fangs, and hung it over the bed. He pressed his palm flat over my belly and said hello again like he had meant to say it every day of his 400 years and finally remembered. I felt something like a flutter, not the child yet, not really, my own muscles dreaming. I laughed and cried at once, and he held me without telling me which emotion was allowed when. We had bad hours. He scolded me for lifting a basket that wasn't that heavy and then scolded himself for scolding me. He said, "If it were mine," and stopped, and I did not finish the sentence for him. He slept in the chair some nights facing the door like a guard who didn't trust his post. Other nights he slept on the floor and mumbled apologies in a language I did not know. Once, after I vomited and washed my mouth, he knelt and kissed my stomach very carefully, as if asking permission to be forgiven. "You are stubborn," he told the child. "You take after your mother." "Maybe after his father," I said without thinking. He flinched, and then his hand smoothed the blanket over me. "Maybe," he said. "We will see whose stubbornness wins." He went into town with me once, hood low, coat heavy, to buy flour and salt. He muttered about prices. I bargained and won. He stared at me like a woman who could bring down empires with a single raised brow. On the way back, we passed a woman singing to her baby on a stoop, and Van's face opened for 3 seconds like a window. Then it closed, careful. I was not naive. I knew the forest had corners I didn't get to walk. He left at odd hours more than once, returned with a thin thread of city scent that made me think of stone and decisions. When I asked, he said, "A friend at the manor," and I told myself guards can be friends and favors can be owed, and nothing in that sentence is a betrayal. I let myself believe it because the alternative would have set fire to the little house we were building hour by hour out of bread and apologies. At night, when the cabin was only flame and breath, he would sometimes lean over me, and we would meet each other gently, the way two people who have made too many mistakes try to make a right that isn't loud. It was warm, not wild, slow as forgiveness, careful as prayer. Other nights we only lay shoulder to shoulder, counting the soft sounds as if we were learning a language whose letters were patience. I talked to the child more than I talked to the trees. I told it silly things, that its mother used to burn soup and now had a witcher who burned eggs but compensated with honey, that hawks make the sky look brave, that people are made of hurt and help, and some days they give you more of one than the other. I told it the truth. I was afraid and in love and not sure which feeling was more dangerous. Van listened sometimes from the doorway, half in shadow, and his eyes were not cruel, only old. "You will be a good mother," he said one evening, like a man speaking a spell that does not need a rune. "Help me be one," I said. "I am trying," he answered, and for once he was not trying to be clever. He was simply telling me the state of his soul. The night the forest smelled like rain even though the sky had not yet decided, I woke to a different ache. Not pain, warning. The body's drum tapped a new pattern. I sat up, hand on my belly, and breathed the way the old women in the market used to teach girls in whispers they pretended weren't gifts. Van woke instantly, as if my breath rang a bell in his head. "What?" "It's nothing," I said, and then another small ache rolled through me like a wave that wanted to learn to be a storm. I smiled without meaning to and cried without deciding to. "It's something." He was on his knees beside the bed in a heartbeat, hand steady on my shoulder, voice gentler than it had been all month. "All right," he said. "All right, we take this minute, then the next, then the next. I will keep count. You will keep breathing." "I can do that," I said, even though I wasn't sure. He moved quickly, quietly. Water warmed, towels near the fire. The little wolf charm turned slow in the heat like it was thinking. He brushed hair from my forehead and didn't speak when words would have tried to be in charge. The next ache came. I breathed and held his hand, and he let me squeeze harder than I thought I could. The storm outside finally committed. Wind threaded the pines. Rain found the roof and fell in a rhythm that made sense to something older than fear. Van pressed his lips to my knuckles and whispered into the skin there, not a spell, something softer. "Hold on," he said. "I will not lose either of you." I closed my eyes and trusted the room to keep standing. The forest listened. The night leaned in. The small house that wasn't a prison and wasn't a sanctuary learned how to be both, and I lay there in the heart of it, afraid, loved, complicated, and told the child that the world is made of seconds and we were going to meet them, one at a time, without looking away. "Hello," Van said to my belly again, voice breaking and mended in the same breath. "I am here." "I am here," I whispered back and believed us both. The storm that welcomed the child's first cry left the world rinsed clean. For days afterward, the forest smelled like wet leaves and smoke. Van's small house felt like a heartbeat, soft, steady, filled with the kind of quiet that carries new beginnings. The child was small, warm, and impossibly real. When I touched his cheek, he made a sound so fragile that even the fire dimmed to listen. I had never seen Van look as he did that night. The witcher who could crush steel between his hands trembled while holding the tiniest hands he'd ever met. "It's a boy," he said, voice lower than prayer. I nodded, tears slipping before I could stop them. "Our boy," I whispered, half truth, whole love. Van looked up, meeting my eyes. He didn't argue, not tonight. Week 1, the sound of new life. The nights were shorter now, not by the clock, but by the rhythm of cries and hushes that kept sleep at the door. I learned the music of motherhood, soft hums, shallow breaths, lullabies I didn't know I knew. Van brought water when I forgot to drink, built fires when the baby shivered. Yet even in those tender hours, shadows clung to him. Sometimes I caught him staring into the fire too long, his expression unreadable. One night, while I nursed the baby, Van said quietly, "He looks nothing like me." "He shouldn't," I replied just as quietly. "You knew that." "Yes," he said, "but knowing and living are different weights." I didn't answer. I only rocked the child and hummed until the silence between us stopped feeling like glass. Week 2, the change of breath. Van had moments of warmth that melted everything. He'd take the baby and walk outside at dawn, murmuring stories in a language older than moonlight. When he came back, his coat smelled of pine and promise. But that same day, as he fixed a loose hinge, I caught him whispering under his breath, words sharp like broken glass. When I stepped closer, he stopped. "What were you saying?" "Nothing," he said quickly, "just an old habit." The look in his eyes said otherwise, but I let it pass. I was too tired to fight shadows I couldn't name. That evening, when the baby slept, Van held him for a long time. Then he kissed the child's forehead and whispered, "I will protect you." His tone was soft, but there was a chill beneath the words, like protection and possession had the same shape. Week 3, the uneasy peace. Van left more often now, always at dusk, always returning before dawn. He said he visited a friend near the mansion, a guard who owed him an old debt. "Charlie's guard?" I asked one morning, trying to sound casual. "Yes," he said. "You forget, I helped half the wolves in this region before you ever met them." He smiled when he said it, but it didn't reach his eyes. When I asked what they talked about, he shrugged. "Stories, memories, nothing you need worry about." Still, every time he came back, he carried the faint scent of the city. Weeks 4 to 6, fire and frost. Some days, Van was gentle. He'd cook thick soup, feed me while the baby slept, and laugh when I spilled broth on my blanket. Other days, the air turned cold. "You still think of him," he said once. "Charlie." He didn't say the name, but I nodded anyway. "He was your first dream," Van said, "and dreams linger longer than men." I didn't deny it. I couldn't. That night, when I reached for his hand, he didn't pull away, but neither did he hold on. Week 7 to 9, learning love again. There were mornings when Van woke with softness. He'd kiss the baby's tiny fingers, then my temple, whispering, "He has your stubbornness." "And your temper," I teased. He smiled, real, unguarded. "Then he'll be trouble." "Good," I said. "Trouble survives." That day we walked to the town market together. People stared at my scars, at Van's strange presence, but I didn't care. We bought fruit, herbs, and a small wooden rattle shaped like a moon. On the way home, Van carried the baby against his chest and hummed something ancient. For that moment, we were a family. Maybe a strange one, but real. Weeks 10 to 12, the fracture returns. The peace didn't last. I found Van one night standing outside, talking softly into the dark. The air around him shimmered faintly, like his words had weight. "Who are you speaking to?" I asked, stepping closer. He turned too quickly. "No one." I looked at his hands. They were shaking slightly. Van. He interrupted, smiling too fast. Go back inside, the child will wake. That night, he didn't touch me. The next morning, I found him writing on a strip of parchment, symbols that pulsed faintly blue before he burned them in the hearth. What was that? A message, he said, nothing dangerous. To who, I wanted to ask, but I was afraid of the answer. Weeks 13 to 15, the soft storm. Days grew warmer. The child laughed for the first time, a small sound that felt like forgiveness. Van froze when he heard it, then smiled so wide I forgot he was ever a man of shadows. He lifted the child high, his white hair catching sunlight. Hear that? He said, laughing. The forest just found its new melody. That night, he pressed his lips to my forehead. You're stronger than anyone I've known, he said softly. Then stopped treating me like I might break. He chuckled. Wolves can't help wanting to guard what they love. His words were kind, but there was something behind them, something that felt like a promise and a warning tangled together. Week 16 to 18, a hint of betrayal. I started noticing patterns. Nights when Van returned from his so-called errands calmer than before, as if he'd found an outlet for his anger. Then one morning, while collecting herbs near the path, I found fresh boot prints. They were too large for Vans, too new to belong to travelers. They led toward the direction of the Alpha's mansion. My heart twisted. Charlie, I whispered. When I asked Van that evening, he smiled. My friend visits me sometimes too. Your friend? The guard, he said. He brings news. What kind of news? The kind that keeps wolves from doing foolish things. He said it with affection, but something in my chest told me the conversation wasn't over. Weeks 19 to 22, light and linger. The days passed in strange harmony. Van taught me more spells, soft magic for gentle things. We'd light candles by humming, call wind to cool the baby's forehead, make flowers bloom in jars just to make him laugh. There were nights of peace, too. We'd sit by the fire, the baby asleep, our shoulders touching. He'd trace lazy circles on my hand, his thumb gentle. You make this forest less lonely, he'd say. And you make it safer, I'd reply. We'd smile, pretend it was enough. But sometimes, in the reflection of the window, I saw his face, watching me, not with love, but calculation. It was fleeting, gone in a blink. Yet once you've seen that kind of stare, you don't forget it. And then one incident happened. On that morning, the forest smelled clean, rinsed by a night drizzle. Sunlight sifted through the needles in narrow beams, making coins on the moss. I liked to collect them with my feet, little victories, one careful step at a time. The child rolled once, a polite nudge against my palm, and I smiled down at the roundness that had become my compass. We're not racing anyone, I told him. We are learning to arrive. I wasn't hunting for memories. They find you anyway. A flicker of brown coat through the pines. The quick hush that moves through men when the alpha walks by. The way the air seems to decide which way to lean. Charlie. I saw him once before this, weeks ago, moving with his surveyors along the ridge, speaking in simple words that turned into instructions once they hit air. I was on the lower path, half hidden behind a laurel, and he was higher up, sun on his hair. We looked at each other for a breath we didn't owe to anyone. He didn't smile. I did, because I didn't know how to hate him and didn't want to learn. Then the forest filed us back into our separate shelves. Today I wasn't thinking of him when I heard voices again, closer, steadier. The kind of talk that keeps a team together. Mark that cedar. Shift the line 2 hands west. Careful roots. I rounded a bend and there he was, in a dark coat, bow at his collar even in the field, sleeves pushed to his forearms as if he'd started to help and forgot to stop. 2 guards and a surveyor stood with him, marking trees with chalk, measuring distances with rope and reason. I paused where the path widened into a small clearing dotted with young ferns. The child pressed, a reminder that stillness could tip into strain. I breathed and kept my back straight. He turned at the hush my steps left and saw me the way a bell hears its own echo, clear, inevitable. His eyes moved to my face, then to the curve I carried, then back to my face without flinching. He didn't nod. He didn't look away. He set his pencil behind his ear as if this, too, was part of the work. I lifted a hand. How are you? The men glanced between us, suddenly fascinated by their boots. Charlie didn't answer. He shifted his attention to the rope in his palm, measured 3 arm lengths toward a pine, and spoke to the surveyor. Stake here, then 5 more to the ash. His voice was warm when he used it on the world. When it came to me, he kept it in his throat. I didn't argue with silence. I adjusted my shawl, placed my palm against the small of my back, and turned down the path that branched east, where the creek ran shallow and the moss grew thick like a promise. Stop, he said. It was a command, quiet enough to carry. I stopped, because my body remembers the way his words used to fit inside my name. He spoke louder, for the path and the ferns and me. You're not allowed in that area, come back. The guards looked up, surprised it was me he meant and not a junior soldier. The words stuck under my skin like thorns. I turned, slow, careful, so I wouldn't wobble and make the moment cheap. If you don't own me, I said, not raising my voice, don't tell me where I can go and where I cannot. I know how to read a forest, I said, and my feet. You know how to be stubborn, he corrected, and the old softness tangled with the new distance. Please. The please almost undid me, almost. Pride and pain have long arms. I touched the top of my belly. I am not a child, I said, or a soldier. Then don't make me treat you like either, he answered, still even. Come back. I could have turned, walked the safer loop, carried home a story about how 2 people can be civil even with a river running between them. But there are days when you stand on old ground and decide to be someone you would have admired when you were younger and lonely. I smiled once, thin, and stepped into the east path. Behind me, rope rasped against bark. A guard said softly, Alpha, and stopped when the look cut sideways said, Stay your hand. I stepped further. The path thinned as if the forest itself was rethinking hospitality. The air went cooler, like a cellar you didn't mean to open. Birds hushed in pieces, like someone laying a silencing cloth over a table 1 corner at a time. I counted my breaths, kept my pace careful, told the child we were walking through someone else's story and would be quick about it. The first scent reached me before the sound. Musk and iron and old leaves turned under, a tang my wolf blood knew from before I knew words for warning. Then the low growl, not loud, assured. 1, 2, 3. They stepped out the way shadows decide to be solid. A half circle of men in worn clothes with eyes too quick and smiles too still. Rogues. Not the noble lone wolf of market tailies, but the kind that lived off borders and dared them to hold. Afternoon, the nearest said. He was lean, hair tied back with a strip of leather, a scar along his jaw that didn't make him brave, just easy to recognize. His gaze touched my face, fell to the roundness I carried, and flicked back up. Lost. No, I said steady, passing through. The second one, broader in the shoulders, laughed low. Through what? Our patience. I shifted my weight, easing my hand to the curve of my belly, the way mothers do when they're about to ask storms to be reasonable. I don't want trouble. Neither do we, the first said pleasantly. Luck for both of us, trouble is a word with generous definitions. My senses lined up like soldiers, angles of ground, distance to the nearest trunk, where my foot would slide if I had to step right now. My wolf wanted to rise and speak with teeth. My body warned her softly, not today, not with this cargo. I drew myself tall anyway. Let me go, I said. I'll take the long path. After a chat, the broad-shouldered one replied. We like stories. Tell us the one about how an alpha's wife ends up walking our edge with no escort. Ex-wife, the third corrected, young enough to believe the jab mattered more than the truth. Not divorced, I said, heat finding my cheeks, not shame, anger. Not your business. That's the best kind, the first one smiled. He took a half step closer, not enough to let me claim fear as a weapon, enough to make the air between us thin. Who's the father, the gold wolf or the white-haired ghost? Careful, I said. His smile widened a notch. Nerves, they smell like pepper. Then the younger one came closer, trying to smell me. I stepped back. Then the third one said, She is weird. The younger one said, I like weird. The younger one was about to place his hands in my cheeks. I was prepared to strike him. But then a twig betrayed someone behind me. I didn't need to turn to know who it was. The air itself changes when he arrives. Even the wrong men stand differently, like a storm just walked in wearing boots. Charlie said nothing at first. He didn't need to. The rogues saw the way the trees leaned toward him as if wind had learned manners. Their half-circle loosened as if someone had whispered rehearsal notes to a troupe that wasn't ready for the real play. The first rogue kept his smile but let it get smaller, like he was putting it in his pocket for another day. Alpha, he said, all courtesy now, which in rogue mouth means we like our bones unbroken. Charlie walked between us and turned so I was behind his shoulder without having to disobey my own pride. He didn't look back at me, only spoke to the air like it was writing this down. Leave. Conversation, the young one tried, bravado making a shape it couldn't hold. We were being neighborly. Charlie's gaze slid to him and set. There's a quality to it you can't bottle, a kind of stillness that makes animals remember winter. Leave, he repeated, not louder, truer. The broad-shouldered one took a judicious step away, tugging at the young one's sleeve in the universal language of listen to your elders if you want to keep your teeth. The first rogue angled his body in that casual retreat men practice to pretend they're not retreating. Of course, he said mildly. We don't pick fights with men who bring whole houses when they walk. The young one's pride resisted learning. He moved as if to test the alpha with a feint, just one wrong flourish to justify a dozen worse ones. Charlie's hand rose in a movement that could have been a gesture, could have been a strike. He didn't bare teeth. He didn't roar. He simply stepped into the young one's path and let the boy collide with a wall that happened to be a man. It wasn't bloody. It didn't need to be. A single economical turn of the shoulder, a grip that said, I have held heavier things than you, and the young rogue found himself seated abruptly on the ground with his bravado leaking out like air from a pierced skin. The alpha didn't even breathe hard. He held the young one's gaze 1 second longer than pride can tolerate and released him as if returning a tool to a shelf. The other two didn't wait for lectures. They melted back into the green with the speed of men who had decided to live. The young one scrambled after them, blustering to save face where no one could see it. Silence came back all at once, embarrassed at having left. I exhaled and only then realized I'd been holding the breath the child had asked me not to. I placed my palm where he pressed like an anxious bird, soothing us both with circles the old women taught me at the market when I was too young to guess why I'd need them. Thank you, I began, and found his back already moving. He didn't look at me. He adjusted his sleeves, a neat, practical motion, and started down the path toward his men. The guards had hung back in the in-between, neither in the wrong territory nor out of range. They watched his approach like pilgrims witnessing a relic. Charlie, I said, and hated the way the name felt like I was breaking my own rules. He slowed. He didn't turn. I could have handled it, I said, pride doing its little dance because it doesn't know how not to when someone has just saved your life, and you owe them thanks you didn't ask to owe. He said nothing. The pine above us dropped a cone the way time drops reminders. I softened because the child pressed a note of humility into my hand from inside. I shouldn't have gone that way. You were right. He didn't grant me that small victory with a word. He only lifted his hand, the smallest acknowledgement a man can give without inviting more conversation, and kept walking to the surveyors, who had the grace to pretend the forest had been the only thing watching. I stood a long breath longer, the aftertaste of adrenaline and stubbornness bitter and bright on my tongue. The child rolled once, as if to say, we're learning, and I rubbed the space and promised to do better with the body we were sharing. On the way back, the path looked the same but felt changed, like a friend who had quietly paid a bill you didn't know you owed. I picked my way over the routes I'd counted on the way in. The hawk turned low, curious. The cabin's roof showed itself through the trees, small and sure, as if it had been waiting to count me home. Van was on the step, whittling a stick into a shape that might be a spoon or a story. He stood before I reached him and searched my face with quick eyes that recorded more than they commented on. "You look like someone who remembered both pride and gratitude on the same walk," he said. "I wandered east," I answered. "The rogues smelled you." He didn't ask if I'd crossed the line. He knew. "They surrounded me," I said. "They asked for a story I didn't want to tell." "And," his voice was steady, too steady. "Charlie," I said simply. He went very still, not angry, calculating where to put the truth so it didn't burn the house. "And," he repeated, as if the word could ring detail without getting jealous of it. "He stepped between us," I said. "He didn't make a show of it. He asked them to leave. One didn't. He corrected the lesson." Van studied my mouth like he was reading whether my lips remembered being kissed by another man before or after I'd said stop. "And when you thanked him?" "He walked away," I said, and felt the odd ache of a debt refused. Van nodded once, slow. He set the half-made spoon on the step and the knife beside it. "Come in," he said. "Let me make you tea for foolishness." "I know," I said, already contrite. The child shifted under my palm, and I answered him aloud. "We do not go east, not now, not ever without teeth and company." Van's eyes softened at that we. He touched my shoulder, not claiming, not warning, just making sure the person he loved was in one piece. "Tell me the exact path," he said, practical as rain. "I'll mark where their patience ends." I described the bend, the laurel, the old stones hiding under moss. He listened, not interrupting, as if cartography could be an apology. When I finished, he said, "I will speak to the pines." I smiled despite myself. "And the pines will listen." "They like you," he said. "They think you're a storm that learned manners." He made tea. I sat, slow, the way a person sits when the day has admitted it could have ended worse and decided not to. The cup warmed my hands. The house breathed. The small wolf charm turned above the bed and decided to stop. I should have told him then about the way Charlie's voice had shifted when he said please. About the way the rogues' laughter had stopped without needing blood. About the way walking away from someone who saved you can feel like nobility and punishment at once. I didn't. I sipped and counted the seconds between the child's soft moves, and Van watched me with that look that says I'll wait for your words to be ready, and I already know too much. Later, when the sky blushed and the forest arranged itself for evening, I went to the doorway and stood, one hand on the frame, one hand over the life I was carrying. The east path hid itself properly under shadow. The ridge where Charlie had been was just a row of trees again. "Thank you," I said to the quiet, because the person I owed the words to wouldn't take them from my mouth, and I needed them to exist somewhere. A small wind sifted through the needles. Somewhere far off, the work voices lifted and then faded. The rope, the stake, the marking chalk, the man who once marked out a life with me and now marked borders he wouldn't let me cross. I went back inside to the tea that had cooled and the man who chose to stay. The child turned once, a gentle question. I didn't have an answer. I rubbed the place he pressed and said, "We will learn the right paths," and tried to believe the forest would tell me when the next wrong one began. Weeks 23 to 30, hope grows. The child grew fast, curious as sunlight. Van softened too. He built a small cradle carved with runes for protection. When the baby slept, he'd sit beside it for hours, humming old Witcher songs, songs that sounded like stories of lost wars and remembered loves. One evening, as rain tapped the roof, Van knelt beside me. "It doesn't matter whose blood runs in him," he said quietly. "He will have my name." The words caught me off guard. "You mean that?" He nodded, eyes gleaming in the firelight. "I do." For the first time in months, I believed him. Weeks 30 went to birth, the calm before the storm. The forest grew heavy with summer air. My body ached, but my heart was lighter. Van's anger had melted into something gentler, slower. He spent his nights near me, reading, feeding the fire, making plans for a future I didn't dare imagine. One afternoon, I woke from a nap to find him tracing protective runes above the door. "For safety," he said. "For you both." "From who?" I asked. He looked at me a long time. "From fate." When the first pain came, he was ready. The witcher who could face curses and demons held my hand through every breath. Between the cries and the rain, he whispered promises to the child that made my heart ache and heal all at once. "I will protect you," he said again, this time not like a warning but like a vow. When dawn finally arrived, the forest was still. The fire burned low. I held my son against my chest, and Van knelt beside us, exhaustion and awe sharing the same breath. Outside, the world smelled new again. The air shimmered with the hush that comes after storms. And in that fragile quiet, between love and fear, we became something else. A family built from two broken hearts, trying to learn how to beat together. The house learned a new sound, the smallest breath, the softest cry, and everything inside us rearranged to listen. The fire lowered itself out of respect. The lamp burned like a patient star. I held my son against my chest and felt the world tilt toward him as if the forest itself were coming closer to hear his name. "We did it," I whispered, voice breaking and mending all at once. "Hello, little one." Van knelt beside the bed as though entering a temple. His white hair fell forward. He didn't bother to push it back. He stared as if counting miracles. "He's perfect," he said, not quite trusting the words. "I have fought things I can't name. Nothing prepared me for this." "Hold him," I said, and eased the baby into his hands. Van's big palms became gentler than silk. He cradled the child as if a breath too loud could wake the old curses of the world. The boy squinted, made a little sound, more sigh than cry, and Van's mouth quivered in a smile that didn't know how to be anything but honest. "Welcome," he murmured, bending close. "I am learning to be better. For you, I will learn faster." I wiped my eyes with the corner of the blanket. "He likes your voice." "He has taste," Van said, and looked up at me with stunned gratitude. "Juliya, we're a family." The word sat in the room like a blessing finding its chair. I laughed because my heart needed to. "We are." He kissed the boy's brow, then kissed my hand. "Sleep," he said to me. "I will keep watch." I must have slept, though it felt like floating, dozing in small pools, waking at his every soft sound, counting the tiny pauses between his tiny breaths. When I stirred, Van was still awake, sitting by the fire with the baby tucked against his chest, humming a tune older than moonlight. He glanced at me and put a finger to his lips, eyes shining with a joy I hadn't seen in him, not like this. "We're all right," he whispered. "Rest, I've got him." I slept again, to the rhythm of that promise. The light outside softened and the world felt rinsed. I woke to calm, the kind that comes after storms. The baby stirred. I lifted him, and his small mouth searched with urgency that made me laugh. When he settled, I stroked his soft hair and whispered 100 silly comforts I didn't know I had. Van brewed something warm and sweet. He moved with those steady, careful motions that tell you a man is building a memory as he works. "You are astonishing," he said to me, soft and proud. "I've seen queens handle less." "Don't make me laugh," I said, laughing anyway. "It hurts." "I'll make the pain envious," he replied, and pressed a kiss to my temple. He set the cup down within reach. For a long time, we spoke in little sentences because small words fit new worlds best. "What shall we call him?" he asked. I traced the boy's cheek with my fingertip. "Not yet," I said. "Let the name come to him. He'll meet it when he's ready." Van nodded as if that were wise. "He has a wise mother," he told the baby. "I will try not to spoil you. I will fail." I smiled and tucked the blanket around them both. "That's allowed." He grinned, and for an hour we were only what we wanted to be. Two clumsy hearts and a small miracle between them. We take rest, but when I woke up, the next breath belonged to a different story. It happened as easily as a cloud passing. No thunder, no omen. The lamp flickered. I turned my head toward the hearth for a moment, blinked away the blur of happy exhaustion, and reached to draw the blanket higher. My arms found only cloth. "Van," I sat up too fast. The world tilted. The bed, the chair, the hearth, they were all exactly where they belonged. The cradle stood at the foot of the bed, the charm above it turning once, then stilling. Empty. "Van," I said again, louder now. "Where is he?" Van wasn't in the chair. He wasn't at the hearth. The door stood ajar, wind teasing the edge of the rug. Panic rose like cold water. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood, ignoring the ache in my body, the tremble in my knees. "Van," my voice snapped like a twig in frost. I stumbled to the door, pulled it open. The clearing lay in its usual hush, the path like a ribbon of shadow into the trees. "Van." He emerged from the line of pines at a run, breath fogging, eyes fierce. What's wrong?" "He's gone," I said, the words ripping out of me. "He's gone, Van." He was already crossing the distance. "No!" He pushed past me, eyes sweeping the room. He checked the cradle, the bed, the corner where we kept the basket of soft cloths. He crouched, ran his fingers along the floorboards as if the wood could tell him where it had been burdened. Then he stood, and for the first time in a long time, the Witcher looked like a man who had had the wind punched out of him. "I left him, I only stepped out, I thought I heard." He cut himself off, breath harsh. "We'll find him." "We will," I said, and my voice was a prayer and a threat. "We will." We moved at once, the way panic learns purpose. Van checked the window latch unbroken. He knelt by the door and studied the scuffed threshold as if it held a map. I went to the cradle and touched the inside edge where his small hand had just rested. The charm above it swung once and settled, indifferent to my shaking. "Look," I said, pointing toward the doorway. On the floor, faint and sharp at once, was a smudge where a boot had met yesterday's rain dried to dust. Van crouched beside me and examined it with a calm I knew he was faking for my sake. "Not mine," he said, "not yours." I stepped outside, barefoot on the cool earth, and scanned the clearing as if it would confess. The ground held our everyday story. My careful steps to the woodpile and back, Van's wider stride to the creek and home. And there, cuts across our routine, a set of prints leading from the edge of the clearing to our door and away again. Van followed them, quick, precise. "Two, no, one," he muttered. "Light enough to move fast, heavy enough to carry." He stopped where the path bent. "Here." "What?" I was at his shoulder now, my breath loud in my ears. He knelt and touched the earth like a priest. Heel pattern, the way the soil took its stitched leather, not a woodsman's boot, not a guard's plain issue. He glanced at me, something cautious in his eyes. "A finer make." The print on the next patch of soft ground clarified what my fear already thought it knew. The imprint of an expensive sole, a tiny crest in the leather where the heel met the ground. I had seen it before, in polished hallways and on quiet walks, on the feet of men who had never had to outrun anything but gossip. My blood ran cold and hot in the same second. "Charlie." Van stood, face unreadable. "Juliya." "Charlie," I said again, because if the world is going to break your heart, better to name it. "He came while I slept and took my child." Van lifted his hands, palms open. "We don't know that." "I do," I said, already moving along the path, already counting the steps home to the place that wasn't mine anymore. "I do." "Juliya," Van's voice followed me. "Stop. If it was him, he will be in the manor and you can't not like this. You just—" "I carried a life," I said without turning. "I can carry this." He swore quietly, then louder. "I'll sweep the forest, if he doubled back, if anyone else." "You do that," I said. "I'll go where the prints go." He caught up and gripped my elbow, not roughly, but enough to stop me. His eyes were storm and apology. "Don't go alone." "I am not alone," I said, and placed my hand over the place my son had been like drawing strength from the fact of him. "You will search the trees. I will search the stone. If I find him first, I will bring him home." "Juliya," he said, and there was a plea in it. "Be careful." "I will," I said, and pulled free. I moved like a woman possessed by a purpose that outran pain. The path out of the hollow learned my steps as if it had been waiting to carry me to battle. The trees thinned. The creek whispered, complicit. The service gate to the manor grounds still knew the pressure of my hand on its latch. The house rose out of the green as it always had, wide and sure, windows like eyes that had seen too much and learned to look kind anyway. I slipped along the hedges, skirted the gravel, kept to the line where shadow and sun made a bargain. The kitchen door stood open to air out bread. A maid hummed and didn't look up. I slid past her quiet as a memory and crossed the corridor where portraits watched and did nothing. Charlie's room was a turn and a prayer away. I took both. The door gave under my hand. The room smelled like cedar and rain. It looked like the day after a storm, order disturbed and then restored. Sheets smoothed, books stacked, a coat flung over a chair in the hurry of a man who will return soon enough not to need a hanger. No cradle, no soft sound, no small bundle anywhere. But on the floor near the armchair, my heart lurched, a pile of tiny cloths I knew. The shirt I had mended with a crooked seam. The soft wrap I'd warmed by the hearth. They lay crumpled as if discarded by hands that didn't appreciate the story in them. I dropped to my knees and gathered them up with fingers that shook with fury and relief, pressing them to my face, breathing in milk, smoke, my skin, Van's herbs, the scent of home. Above me, the wall told a different story. My portrait hung there. Not one. Many. Paintings in a row, the glamour version of me in gowns I never owned, a study of my smile caught mid-surprise, a sketch of my hands folded on a balcony rail. Beside them, my dresses, cleaned, pressed, arranged with reverence in a wardrobe that had more right to carry silver than fabric. I stood, cloths clutched like proof. My throat tightened as the room spun its meanings. He had taken the child, or someone had, and yet here I was, curated like a queen. He still loves you, a foolish part of me tried to say. He always did. He took what mattered, the fiercer part replied. He took your heart when you slept. The door clicked. I turned, ready to burn. Charlie stepped in, then stopped as if he'd been struck by a past he couldn't outrun. Julia, you. He didn't finish because I moved. The slap landed open-handed, more sound than hurt, more grief than fury. His head tilted, not even a flinch. He looked at me as one looks at weather, accepting that it has its own laws. I want my child, I said, voice low and steady. Now, or today you will learn what I am when patience is over. He didn't raise his hands. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't, I said, taking one step forward. Don't do this. Where is he asked. What happened to our child? Not our child, I snapped. My child. His gaze didn't harden, it deepened. Van told me months ago, he said quietly. He came to the manor and said it outright. I warned him not to come back. He swallowed once. He is my child too. He is our child, Julia, but you chose to betray me. I betrayed you because you wanted me gone and didn't know how to say it, I shot back. I made it easy. I was shocked, he said, pain in the confession. I ignored you. I needed time. I should have said that. I should have said I loved you while I learned how to look at what hurt and still see the whole of you. I failed. But I did not stop loving you. I haven't. His voice softened. I don't. Don't circle me with sweet words, I said, my hands fists around the baby's little clothes. Where is he? If I knew, I would already be running, he answered. If I had him, you wouldn't need to ask twice to see him. Why would I hurt you? He took one slow step closer, hands open. Why would I hurt him? I didn't trust my mouth to decide if those were the right questions. I did what the wolf inside me knows how to do when words fail. I let the change take me. It rolled over my skin like hot wind. Bones cracked and reset with the ease born of old practice. The world sharpened into scent and sound, the salt of my own tears, the cedar in his coat, the trace of my child, faint but everywhere because I had been everywhere here when I was loved. I lowered my head and let a growl gather in a chest that knew lullabies and warnings both. He didn't shift. He had always been maddening in this way, choosing the weapon that made sense, not the one the moment demanded. Julia, he said softly, as if speaking to the animal was speaking to me. Look at me, I don't have him, I don't know, but I will find him, with you. The anger roared through me like a second heartbeat. His calm felt like smoke over a fire I needed to feed. I lunged. He moved not to strike, but to accept a blow he believed he deserved. My claws tore a line across his chest, cloth first, then skin, not deep enough to ruin, deep enough to mark. He hissed pain and surprise, not rage, and pivoted out of reach before I could press the lesson. Blood darkened his shirt, then welled slow. I won't fight you, he said through tight breath. Not this way, not ever. Cowardice, some angry part of me thought. Courage, another quieter part, answered. He backed toward the door, not fleeing, not posturing, simply making space for a mother-turned storm. I leapt past him, toward the hall, the scent trail, any clue that wasn't argument. Rooms unfolded, study, dressing room, the little salon where Mara had made me taste every cake and argue for every opinion. I nosed under chairs, pressed against wardrobes, clawed open chests. Dust rose, servants scattered. Someone cried out my name like a prayer and a warning. I battered open a small door to a linen closet and sent neat stacks tumbling like white hills. Nothing. No soft cry. No small warm wait. Charlie followed at a distance, calling to the guards with a measured voice that did not inflame panic. "No one harms her," he said once. "No one lays hands on her." When I snarled at a door that wouldn't give, he stepped forward, pressed the latch, and let me through instead of blocking me. Upstairs, downstairs, back across the gallery where my multiple faces watched with the wrong kind of kindness. I ripped one painting from the wall and let it fall, the canvas buckling like a breath that decides not to steady. The servants flinched. Charlie closed his eyes like he'd felt the blow in his ribs and opened them again. "Keep looking," he said to me, to himself, to the house that had never failed him like this. I burst into the kitchen, scattering flour dust that floated like slow snow. Cooks backed away, hands lifted, eyes wide. I sniffed baskets, pressed my muzzle into a crate of apples, caught 100 false leads, milk, soap, coal. No baby, no boy, only my desperation echoing against the stone. I tore down the back hall and shouldered through the door to the small courtyard where the laundry flapped. Sheets snapped like sails. I nosed along the wall, caught a whisper of my own skin and the child's skin, but old from blankets that had been brought here once, not now. I pressed my head to the ground and felt the cold through my skull, a small mercy the hot panic needed. Footsteps approached, Charlie slower now, one hand pressed to the thin line I had given him. He stood out of reach and did nothing that might be mistaken for mastery. "Juliya," he said, and I felt the shape of my name as much as heard it. "Listen to me. There's a trail, but it's faint. Yours is everywhere. His is new. We follow it out, not in." I lifted my head and looked at him, the man I had loved enough to lie to, the man who had learned the language of stepping back. The blood on his shirt had spread in a small crescent. He let me see it. He didn't use it as debt. The house released me without protest. Charlie didn't try to stop me at the door. He only held my gaze for a heartbeat that said everything he couldn't spare breath to say. "Find him. Don't break. I will keep searching the other way." The cut on his chest had darkened. His bow sat crooked from our struggle, and his eyes, usually steady as winter, were the color of a storm that had decided to stay. I wanted to ask what he feared more, losing the trail or losing my trust, but I did not waste air on questions that wouldn't change the running. The hedges opened. Gravel shifted under my steps. The service gate's latch remembered my palm and clicked like a promise. I cut across the ditch and into the trees where the ground was a softer ledger. My wolf sense opened wide, reading the forest story. Dew newly disturbed along the fern fronds, one broken twig high, as if brushed by a passing shoulder, the ghost of smoke that didn't belong to our hearth. I dropped to a crouch, pressed my fingers into the groove of a heel print I recognized by make if not by man, and then I caught it, under everything else, the faintest thread of milk and warmth that was my son. "Hold on," I whispered to the air. "I'm close." Van's clearing waited where it always had, a held breath in the pines. Empty. No kettle on the hook, no coat on the peg, no hum at the threshold. I circled the cabin in widening loops, studying the ground the way old women study tea leaves. A second set of prints crossed the clearing and angled east, not hurried, not careless, confident steps taken by someone who believed the forest owed him good behavior. The soil kept one perfect impression near the stump where we used to sit at dusk. The heel carried a stitched crest, not the manor, not the council's, a witcher's bespoke whim. "Van," I breathed, not as a name, as an answer I did not want. I followed. The path shifted from moss to needles and back again, a soft track that blurred signs. The scent of my child brightened and faded, like a lantern moving in fog. I kept one hand on trunks as I passed, steadying this body that had recently learned a new kind of strength. The forest tightened around a ravine where the rocks looked like sleeping animals. A silvering mist clung to the water below. I climbed along a shelf I'd used a dozen times with Van as my anchor and now used alone. The air grew colder, not weather, decision. A circle appeared ahead, cut into the earth with patient hands. Stones ringed it, each marked with a rune that murmured when you looked at it too long. At the center lay a flat slate table draped in a clean cloth. Candles waited like lined soldiers. An iron bowl smoked with a pale, sweet scent that didn't bother to hide its power. And there, wrapped in the soft blanket I had warmed by our hearth, lay my son. He slept, mouth soft, hand curled like a tiny question against his chest. Van stood at the table, sleeves rolled, hair tied back, eyes fixed on a sigil he was painting in water on the cloth. He wore a white shirt with simple ties at the wrists, and a second, smaller shirt, an exact match to my son's, hung over his shoulder like a pledge. When he felt me enter the circle, he didn't startle. He set the brush down with careful hands and looked up as a man might look at the sea he had decided to cross. "Juliya, what are you doing?" My voice came out calm because rage had not yet found the right size. He glanced at the baby, then at me. "Finishing what started long before you and I spoke our first word." I stepped closer, slow, because the runes did not love haste. "Step back from him." "I can't," he said simply. "Not because I want to hurt him, because I cannot let him grow into what his blood will demand." I moved another pace, reading his breathing, the set of his shoulders, the tilt of his wrist near the bowl, remembered lessons I wished I didn't need. "You took him from our bed." "I took him from danger," he said, not flinching. "From a surname that would always half-own him, from a house that would measure him like a flagstaff." "You left his clothes on Charlie's floor," I said. "You let me think." The word broke. I swallowed the shard. "You wanted me to think the alpha had taken him." His jaw tightened. "Jealousy is a poor carpenter, it still builds." "Why?" I asked, and the whole world leaned in to hear the answer. "Why this? Why now?" He exhaled, a rough sound, and for a breath I saw the man who had warmed water for my aches and sung to my belly. "Because I have stood in winter too long," he said. "Do you want the pretty reason or the honest one?" "Honest." "Because you chose him first," he said without poison. "Because you wear his history even when you try not to. Because when you say ours, a piece of you still means him, and I am tired of eating from the plate of a man who left you hungry." His gaze slid to the sleeping child and softened until I almost believed it could forgive anything. "Because I love you and this small life stands between my hand and your shoulder. Because my people have always taken from alphas when the world forgot to make justice easy." "Your people," I repeated. He held my eyes. "My ancestors learned that power taken from a line that hoards it can be taught to serve those who stand alone. We harvested not small ones but the promises bound to them. We took symbols, not sons." A muscle flickered in his cheek. "Once, my grandfather reached for a promise too boldly. The father of the child destroyed him. That father was an alpha whose name you know well, the grandfather of the man who still wears a bow to battle." The ravine seemed to lean closer. "Charlie's grandfather," I said. "Yes." Van's hand hovered over the bowl. "I never vowed to repay violence with violence. I vowed to break the weapon so it could not be used again." "You are using it now," I said softly. He swallowed. "Perhaps I am trying to decide if I can put it down." "By destroying my son." The gentlest words can carry the sharpest edges. "You are not breaking a sword. You are about to break a future." He closed his eyes for a heartbeat, opened them. They were older than 4 centuries. "If I let this promise live, it will be a beacon that calls you back to a house that never understood how to keep you. It will call you by the name you will always hear when the cradle is on the right floor. I cannot compete with a future that was built to own you." "I am not owned," I said, and the truth of it rang so clear even the runes paused to listen. He nodded once, as if conceding a point at the edge of a battlefield. "Then choose." "I already did," I said, and I moved. He raised a hand. Light hummed along the edge of the circle like a string pulled tight. A warmth pressed against me, not burning, not pain, insistent, like 2 palms pushing me gently backward. "Don't," he said. "I won't harm you, I won't harm him. I will only unbind what binds. He will sleep. He will never know a name that turns him into a banner." Van, I said, and the name carried everything. Years that were days, kindness and knives, coffee that was bad and promises that were good, and the way his hands had learned my breath. Look at me. This is not love. This is fear wearing your favorite coat. His mouth trembled. Fear can be faithful, he whispered. So can patience, I said. So can a hand that does not close. I took another step. The pressure rose, warm and earnest. I pushed through it because my body had learned how to do impossible things recently, and this counted as the same. He set his palm over my son's chest, not with force, with conviction. A tremble went through the runes, through the slate. I can cut the cord to a house that hurts you, he said, almost pleading. Let me. Or you can cut the cord to yourself, I said. Choose me without making me smaller. His hand shook. I don't know how. Then learn, I said, but not with him. The warmth in the air began to thicken into a hum that made the hair on my arms rise. The candle flames leaned inward like listeners at a secret. Van lifted the iron bowl. The smoke curled in a line, reaching for my son's breath. I moved without words. The change took me in one clean sweep, the wolf uncoiling, bones turning to music, skin remembering the first language. The pressure slapped against fur and slid, surprised. My paws hit the ground with surety. I bared my teeth and stepped between the smoke and my son. Juliya, Van murmured, grief in the syllables. Don't make me. I leapt. He was ready. Witchers are old patience sharpened to a point. He flicked his wrist. The bowl spun aside. A ring of light spilled up from the nearest rune and struck me gently but firmly out of the air. I hit the ground on my side, breath stunned, and rolled to my feet already moving. He swallowed a word that would have made the ground reach up and trip me. He would not kink the earth against my legs. He loved me. He tried to win without wounding. I lunged again. He turned the strike into a catch, hands on my shoulders, warm, careful, guiding me into the moss instead of the stones. Stop, he said, please, and that please was the saddest sound I had ever heard him make. I found my feet and answered the only language we had left. I drove forward, my weight, my will, heart a drum that said mine, mine, mine. He lifted his palm and a pulse of air pressed me back, as gentle as a door closing on a child who needs sleep. Gentle doesn't mean weak. I slid a pace and clawed the ground until bark shattered under my grip. Listen, he tried one last time, voice breaking. I will erase only the line that calls him by a name that eats women. After, we will run. We will be free. And you will look at him and see the man you hate. I growled from a throat built for warnings, not words. He flinched, as if I had struck him already. I went for him again, this time low and sudden. He stepped to protect my son with his own body, and that kindness cost him. My shoulder took him at the hip. He stumbled, caught himself with a hand on the slate table, and the edge bit his palm. The runes thrummed in approval they did not deserve. He raised both hands now, apology and refusal at once. Forgive me, he said, and the circle flared. Van sent me to a tour, started with hanging in air, then few birds crossed above me, and then I kissed a tree. Yeah, he threw me like a cricket ball. It injured me so bad. Van was about to walk toward me, but instead he started the ritual. I couldn't stand up, felt helpless. A wind came from everywhere and nowhere, lifting leaves, tugging at hair, making the candles stand taller. The iron bowl rose as if hoisted by an invisible cord and tilted. Smoke streamed toward my son's sleeping face. A shadow filled the edge of the clearing. It moved like a storm that remembered it was a creature first. A white flash crossed my sightline and hit Van in the chest with a force that made air clap. For the length of a held breath, Van hung in the air, limbs flung by surprise. Not pain, not yet. Then he hit the ground and the circle hiccuped. The bowl clanged, harmless. The smoke unraveled as if embarrassed by its own ambition. Charlie. Nodding coat and bow, no silk, no silver, only fur and fury in a shape that remembered gentleness. He landed in front of the slate table between my son and the world. His wolf eyes cut to me in the smallest acknowledgement. With you. Then they returned to Van with an alpha's stillness. Van rolled, light on the ground like a man who has learned to fall from taller horses. He rose in a smooth, low crouch, one palm to earth, one open. He took in the sight white wolf, mother wolf, sleeping child, and didn't look away from the part that hurt. "Of course," he said, breathless and nearly fond. "Of course you would arrive exactly now." Charlie's answer was a growl that wasn't theater. It said leave. It said you will not cross this line again. It said mine in a way that had room for me and the child, and a history he would spend the rest of his life paying off. Van shifted his stance, not offense. Regret swept clear of self-pity. "Take him back to the house," he said, eyes on me. "Let the story own him, let it own you." Charlie sprang. The first clash was light on light, no teeth, no blood, only momentum and will. Van met him with a brace that turned force into spin. Charlie twisted, landed clean, charged again. They moved too fast for thought, two lives that had taught themselves opposite answers to the same question. What do you protect first? Van threw a line of living air. Charlie sliced through it sidewise, turning his shoulder and letting the pulse pass where there was no alpha to catch. The white wolf's weight hit the Witcher's guard and pushed it half a pace, another half, another. Van's heel found purchase. His hand brushed a rune, and the ground lifted 1 inch at Charlie's leading paw. The wolf stumbled, not a fall, a stutter, and Van slipped aside, palms sweeping. A sheet of warm pressure skimmed along Charlie's flank and sent him into a low roll that kept teeth from slate and child from accident. I circled, finding angles, eyes on my son, still sleeping, the charm above him turning lazily like a moon that refused to be rushed. "Don't wake," I begged the air. "Not here." Charlie struck low this time, a white wave. Van gave ground, then gave more, not panicked, calculating. He flicked his fingers and the candle flames leapt high at once, a harmless bloom meant to startle. Charlie didn't blink. He pressed. Van's knee bent, his hand whipped in a shape that would have hardened air into glass. He killed it before it formed and took the bite on his forearm instead. Charlie's teeth closed, not crushing, commanding. Van grimaced, found Charlie's rough, and for one strange second they held each other, two men in different skins, each saying stop the only way the moment understood. Then the forest answered a call I hadn't heard my own throat make. Shadows moved between trunks, boots thudded the soft earth in a rhythm trained by years. Soldiers, Charlie's fanned into the clearing, not crowding the circle, anchoring its edge, eyes bright, hands ready but lowered. They read the scene in a single long blink. Child on the slate, Luna in wolf form, Alpha locked with a witcher who wasn't stranger to them. Their captain's voice found the tone that calmed horses. "Hold the rim." No arrow loosed unless he looses first. Van laughed once, breathless and not cruel. "Of course," he panted. "A house that finally learned when to send help." "Stand down," the captain called to him, respectful, not mocking. "End this with words." Van looked past Charlie to me. "Words," he said softly, one corner of his mouth lifting. "We had so many." "Van," I said, and the growl in my throat became a human syllable. "Let us go." He closed his eyes for half a heartbeat. When he opened them, something there had accepted a ledger it couldn't change. "I told myself taking him would keep you," he said, honest at last. "I told myself breaking a line would make us free. Both were lies. Love that needs ruins to stand on isn't a home. It's a monument." "Then stop," I said. "Choose differently." He looked at my son, then at Charlie, then at me. He nodded, a tiny tilt of the chin that wasn't surrender so much as understanding's first breath. His hand opened. The circle dimmed, the pressure in the air released. Charlie let his jaw unclench from Van's arm and stepped back, chest rising with effort. His fur stood in a halo of wild light. His eyes remained on Van. The soldiers tightened half a degree and then held, that trained, dangerous patience that has saved more lives than any sword. Van straightened and smoothed his sleeve with his uninjured hand, almost sheepish. "I have been winter for too long," he said quietly. "It made me think frost was the only way to keep things beautiful." I shifted back to human and stepped to the slate table, hands shaking. I slid my arms under my son, lifted him to my chest, and the world reattached to its spine. Warmth flooded the part of me that had been ice since the cradle was empty. He sighed, that little perfect sound, and nuzzled my collarbone. "We're here," I whispered. "We're here." Charlie changed beside me, the white fur rippling away, leaving a man breathing hard and blood-smudged, hair wild, bow hanging loose like a ribbon that had seen the weather. Pain had written a red line along his chest. He ignored it. He reached, hesitated, reached again, and brushed one knuckle so lightly across our boy's hair that the gesture felt like wind. His mouth trembled. His eyes shone with a heat he did not hide. "I wanted to keep him," he said to me, to the air, to himself. "I wanted to lift him and run and never stop. But you," he swallowed, "you are more than my want." He turned his palm up to me, a simple offer, not a command. I took it with my free hand and let him pull me gently to standing when my knees wavered. He steadied us with care that hurt to receive. We stood that way, a triangle formed by breath and need, and I almost broke with relief. Van watched, shoulders lowering, something hard slipping out of his posture like winter off a roof in first thaw. The soldiers read the easing and exhaled in a chorus so soft it could have been breeze. Then the circle remembered it had been inscribed for a purpose that refused to be mocked. A tremor ran along the stones. The last of the smoke, angry at being denied, swelled like a child who won't listen and rushed for us. Charlie moved first, even hurt. He pivoted, took the brunt of it with his back, and threw an arm around me to shelter the child. The heat was not searing, annoyed, petulant magic more than murderous, but it shoved. My foot slid. The slate bit my shin. The baby stirred and whimpered. I crooned nonsense and pressed my lips to his hair until the sound softened. Van lifted both hands like a conductor who had decided to end an unruly piece. "Enough," he said, voice steady in a way I hadn't heard since the night I first met him under a sky that looked like an argument with itself. The runes flickered, then calmed. The smoke unwound and died like a sulk. He swayed. I saw it a fraction before he did, the price arriving. Witcher work always takes its due. He had thrown power around like water to keep from drowning in it. It came for him, not cruel, balanced. He smiled with one side of his mouth, a small, lopsided thing that still managed to be gallant. "I think," he said, and his voice thinned, "I am late for my apology." Charlie stepped to him, not as alpha as man. He caught Van's elbow and guided him down when Van's knees forgot their purpose. "Sit," Charlie said, and the word didn't sound like an order. It sounded like mercy. Van coughed, not blood, not drama, just a body admitting it had been asked to do too much. He looked at me and at the child and then at Charlie, and the old rivalry that had sharpened him for years finally looked dull in his hands. "He looks like you," Van said to Charlie, almost amused. "In the eyes, poor boy." Charlie huffed an exhausted laugh that almost became a sob. He stroked the baby's hair once more, then placed his palm flat over his own wound, as if promising his body a chance to catch up later. "I know you don't trust me," Van whispered to me, eyes clearer now that he understood the ending. "But I love you. I can't have anything between us. This was my way of loving, wrong and wild and old as my house." I knelt, the child warm against my chest, and looked at the man who had taught me lamps could light for the right word and winter could be held at bay by a bad spoon and a stubborn fire. "Love is not revenge, Van," I said, very soft. "Love is always sacrifice." I nodded toward Charlie, who stood with shoulders squared against a world that had learned to test him at every turn and still offered his hand without counting. "He chose the harder way." "Maybe next time," Van murmured, eyes sliding toward the pine tops. "If the world is generous." He closed his eyes, not fought, not fled, yielded. His breath slowed. His face smoothed into a peace I had not seen on him, even asleep, like a man who had finally put down what he had carried too far. The soldiers stood very still. No one spoke. Even the bird seemed to grant the clearing a minute to catch up with itself. Charlie squeezed my hand once and then relinquished it to lift the child. He pressed a kiss to that small brow that had become my entire map. His tears fell where they would, quiet, unashamed. He brought our son back to my arms with a care that made me want to kneel again, this time to gratitude. "He is safer with you," he said, "and you are safer with him." "You could take him," I said, honesty demanding its tithe. "I couldn't stop you." "I won't," he answered simply. "I love him, I love you. I will not prove either by turning them into trophies." His eyes were bright with a hurt that had decided to be generous. He leaned and kissed my cheek, so gently the kiss felt like a promise to recover, and then he stepped away, calling low orders to the men: secure the circle, mark the path, send word, guide the way open. They rose like a tide and receded like one, leaving the clearing intact and the choice made. I watched Charlie walk until the trees folded him into green. My eyes burned. I blinked and the world doubled for a second, past and present trying to stand in the same place. The soldiers passed around us, giving us a wide ring, not intruding. When the last boot faded, the quiet put its arms around us again. I turned to Van. His chest rose, fell, stilled. I laid my hand lightly on his shoulder. "Goodbye," I said, and the word didn't carry anger, only weather. I stood. The child made a small sound. I rocked him and hummed one of Van's older tunes because songs are not guilty of the mouths that sang them. The path home knew our weight. The cabin opened to us for the last time like an old book you can finally finish. I gathered what we had left: wraps, the little wolf charm, the spoon he never finished. I placed the charm in my pocket and the spoon in the pack and left the door on its latch, not locked, because memory doesn't take orders. We walked toward the road that did not lead to a manor. Pine gave way to birch, birch to lane, lane to town. The town was not ours, which felt safer. Faces turned to see a woman with scars and a child and a small bag. Some looked away too quickly. Some looked too long. I learned again how to walk without shrinking. Shops lined the street like sentences. The first said no without words. The second said come back when the day is slower. The third said we are not hearing. The fourth was quiet long enough to make me try. The fifth was an antique shop that smelled like lemon oil and stories. The bell on the door spoke a tender chime. A woman as old as honesty looked up from polishing a frame. Her eyes widened a little at my face and then narrowed at the bundle in my arms in a way that meant let me see. I loosened the blanket just enough. She softened. "You hold him well," she said. "He teaches me," I replied. She nodded, as if that were the only answer that mattered. "Do you need work or tea first?" "Work," I said, "then tea." "Good," she said. "You will organize the glass cases and tell me which things deserve better stories." She put a broom in my hand like a knighthood. The back room had a cot that turned into a room when I left my bag on it. The sink had a view of a downhill street where children dragged sticks along fences. The window's latch stuck at first and then obeyed. I fed my son, sang to him, laid him in the cot, and returned to the front. The old woman didn't stare at my scars. She stared at my posture. "You will do," she said. "You already are." I set to work. The bell chimed again, and I looked up with the reflex a busy person learns. Smile ready, hands still moving. The man who stepped in was dressed in black, coat that fit like decisions, hat lifted off in respect for rooms, bow at his collar tied neat despite dust and distances. "Charlie." He looked not at my face first, not at my hands, but at the child asleep behind the curtain in the shadow of the lamp. He breathed in once, quietly, as if to store the scent for lean hours. Then he set his hat on the counter, near but not touching me, so his presence asked before it assumed. "What would you like, Sir Alpha Charlie?" I asked, in that way putting all names together because that is what you say across a counter when you are learning to be ordinary again. "I want to get something that can't be purchased with money," he said, and the line should have been grand, but it landed like a truth that had paid for itself. "Sir, then I can't help my Alpha," I said, because I had to keep the lines of a new life clean. "You can," he answered, "if you want to." He looked left, to the antique mirror whose glass told the truth without temper. My reflection waited there, scar, burn, stubborn chin, clear eyes. I held its gaze until the old panic considered arriving and decided the steps were too steep. "Juliya," he said, and the way he said my name had put on weight in the best places. "I want you." "You loved a beautiful woman," I said, an old defense that sounded tired now that I'd said it out loud. "I am not that." "I loved you," he said, no ornaments, no rescue hidden in the phrase. He stepped closer only when I didn't step back. His hand lifted as if to ask an old question he would honor even if I said not today. I nodded once. He kissed my cheek, light as breath, certain as promise, and folded me into his arms with care that made the shop, the road, the years, the pines, the runes, the fights, the lies, the winter, every apology and almost apology, all of it, go quiet long enough to hear a future begin. Behind us, the child sighed in his sleep, the sound small and perfect as a bell. I closed my eyes against his shoulder. "We will do this slowly," I whispered. "No doors closed behind someone else's back, no stages, no masks. Only rooms," he said, "and the people who choose to stand in them." We stood that way while the old woman pretended to dust a clock that had already been polished to honor. When I stepped back, I was still myself. When he picked up his hat, he was still himself. The world had not changed shape to make room for us. We had changed to fit in it without breaking. "Come back tomorrow," I said, because the counter had rules and so did my heart. "I will," he answered, "and the day after, and the day after that, until the space between our steps learns a simpler rhythm." The bell rang when he left. The room kept its light. But the doors opened again within minutes. Charlie stood there, breath uneven, coat half-buttoned, as if his heart had carried him back faster than his feet. "I tried to walk away," he said, voice low. "I couldn't." I didn't answer. I didn't need to. He crossed the room and gathered me close, and the world fell quiet against his shoulder. His hands were warm at my back, steady at my waist, and his mouth found my forehead, my cheeks, my temples. Small, tender kisses like promises stitched one after another. I felt his apology in each touch, heard it in the soft rush of his breathing. "Don't ever think I stopped loving you," he whispered into my hair. "Then don't hate me, don't leave your ugly wife alone again," I breathed. "Not this time." "I won't," he said, and the certainty in it loosened something tight inside me. I held him and he held me until the shaking in us both gentled to a calm. He eased away only to reach for our son. Watching him lift the baby felt like watching a prayer come true. He pressed a kiss to that tiny brow, then another, light as breath, careful as hope. Our boy sighed, a little sound that melted me and curled into Charlie's chest like he already knew this was home. I slipped my hand over Charlie's, where it cradled our child. "I made so many mistakes," I said. He looked at me, eyes bright and soft. "We'll make better ones," he answered, "and we'll make them together." We stood there in the small shop, just 3 quiet heartbeats learning the same rhythm, his arm around me, our son warm between us, and the future finally felt like something gentle enough to hold. Then I asked Charlie to leave, and I returned to my shop where I work. The next day he called me and asked me to meet. He sent car to receive me. The mansion looked brighter than I remembered, like it had been waiting for me to come home. The guards straightened as soon as the gates opened, bowing with a warmth that made my throat tighten. Servants lined the entryway, smiling, whispering softly as I stepped inside. Fresh flowers filled the hall, and the scent of roasted herbs and clean linen drifted through the air. I walked the same corridor where once I had walked as a stranger wearing another woman's face. Now every step felt real, mine. Charlie was waiting near the staircase, speaking with one of the maids. When he turned and saw me, his expression softened completely. For a second, it felt like the entire world had paused to breathe. "Welcome home," he said quietly. I smiled. Feels like it finally is. He offered his arm, just as he had the first time we met, but this time I didn't hesitate. I took it, and together we walked through the long corridor where everyone bowed slightly, their eyes shining with quiet respect. They called me Luna Julia now, not out of formality, but affection. The portraits that once looked down on me with cold eyes now felt like they belonged to another life, one that no longer had power over mine. When we reached our room, the same grand chamber that once held our silence, Charlie opened the door and stepped aside for me to enter first. The curtains fluttered softly in the breeze, the setting sun painting gold against the floor. And the story ends. Oh, the last one. Don't skip this. It was interesting one. Few years later, I was waiting for a maid to take my dinner orders. But Charlie came. He leaned against the doorframe with that faint, teasing smile of his. "My queen," he said, voice full of warmth and play. "What will you like to have today for dinner?" I turned toward him with a grin. "Roasts and salads." He bowed deeply, one hand over his chest. "As you command." Then, to my surprise, he dropped to one knee, a gesture of respect, not duty. "Charlie," I said, half laughing, half breathless. He looked up, eyes bright with mischief. "Your word is law, Luna." When he stood and turned to leave, I moved before I could think. I ran to him, slipping my arms around him from behind, pressing my cheek against his back. "Then I want to eat you first," I whispered with a smile. He laughed, a full, warm laugh that echoed through the room, and turned to face me. His hands found mine, fingers threading naturally. "You'll never change, will you?" "Never," I said. Just then, a small voice broke the moment. "Dad, is dinner ready?" We both pulled apart at once, trying and failing, not to smile too wide. Our son stood at the door, 5 years old now, his bright eyes flicking between us. He had Charlie's calm and my stubbornness, an impossible mix that somehow worked. Charlie crouched slightly, still holding back a grin. "Yes, little wolf, dinner's ready. Go wait at the table." "Okay," the boy said, and sprinted down the hall, calling over his shoulder. "I'm having 2 plates tonight." When he was gone, I turned back to Charlie. Our laughter faded into something softer, calmer. He reached out and brushed a loose strand of hair from my face, the simple touch saying everything words couldn't. I leaned up and kissed him gently. No glamour, no masks, just us. He smiled into the kiss, murmuring, "You still taste like home." "Then don't ever leave," I whispered. He nodded once. "Never again." Outside, the moon rose over Silverclaw Mansion, quiet and full. Inside, the Alpha and his Luna stood hand in hand, ready for the next chapter of their story, one not written in magic or lies, but in love that had survived every storm. And somewhere down the corridor, the sound of their son's laughter filled the halls like a promise that the world had finally found peace.